Isn't that awesome? Subscribers, 5 minutes. Get control of the trolls. Got to get control of the trolls. Got to get control of the trolls or they get out of control. Control the trolls. I'm late this morning, folks. How to get over the hump. Literally, how to get over the hump. Men, women, how do we do it? Okay, this is not starting off good today. I have been battling the up and downness of this, and I'll tell you what, this is an ugly, ugly thing to go through. I'm going to whine about something for a minute, so bear with me. Why is it you get on sites to see if there's like labor gigs or whatever, must have Zelle, must have Cash App. Man, I just spent 4 hours trying to get a PayPal to do some simple yard work job. You must know how to service and run mulching machines and all this. And I'm like, wow, they want you to plant trees and stuff, and you got to come in there professionally ready for a day job. And how many people are going to be applying for that? I can do yard work. I can run machinery, but service it? And then they're not going to pay you cash. They're going to pay you through. It's stupid. And you go through this application process, which I haven't. I've done one application. I have a problem daily of this freezing and seizing. I'll get out there, I'll get some hope. And the reality is they make it very difficult to get a job. Very, very, very difficult. I mean, you want to go work here? You got to go online and you got to hunt around and find the way to apply. And then applications time you out. I tell you what, maybe I'm ignorant. I've been employed and I've never had to go through all that. Never. And when you drive a school bus, you go into one place, you go into their office, and boom, you fill out the thing. They help you because they're desperate for drivers. I tell you what, it's awful out there. I hate it. I don't like it. And this world ain't for me. The system. How do you get through the system without getting strangled and discouraged? How do you get over the hump? I was dealt a blow over 2 weeks ago. And I'm usually good. My rebound is good. My rebound is, let's just go move forward. And it bothers me. It truly bothers me. What do we got going on here? Some sort of a rash. This stuff works pretty good. Blue star's where it's at. Life is not very kind, folks. And then there's another problem. And I'm going to discuss that with people. I was talking to a gentleman who comes on the channel periodically, and he has his own channel, and he's on Discord, and I'm going to be honest. I'm not the norm. I'm different. I'm eccentric. I'm different. And people who are into labels can't handle that. You know, the ones that say Buffalo Bill, Damien puts the lotion in the basket, and all the dumb things that people say. I'm not normal by definition. The hair, you know, I'm an odd individual to most people. Our society with the public schools kind of pushes everybody through the same, can I say it, sphincter. I mean, really, when you get down to it, the wide mouth of the funnel's this big and you got all this room. Hey, Gorlami, how are you? And it's not easy. And you get into workplaces, you get out there in society. Look, I'm no stranger to being razzed. I'm no stranger to being made fun of. I'm no stranger to bullying. It goes on. It went on at the last place I was at. I'm not a beta. I would not say I'm an alpha in context of, the machismo. I'm alpha. When push comes to shove, I will always stand up to anybody and say, no, that it's going to stop. You talk about simps and betas. There was a time when I was a simp. Not so much now. Society trains you by their BS. The BS of society, unfortunately, is a great educator. It's like when you put your hand on the stove. You touch the stove, it's a very good trainer. It hurts. You don't do it again. When you get around certain situations and certain things happen that scar, that leave you feeling like you just got kicked in the groin, you don't go back in there. You don't go back for more. And what I'm saying here is I'm likening society to that. A lot of hatred out there, a lot of mean rudeness. A lot of places you cannot go to work without personality clashes and disorders and power trips. It's like, how come people can't just go to their job and go, wow, we got a good, energetic guy that wants to come in here and work. Yeah, awesome. And there's ego clashing and this and that. And man, I ain't trying to take over. I'm just trying to do my job all day. Get over yourself. It's for a man, when you lose your job, especially when you're a good worker and you don't lose your job, it is a blow. Yesterday, I needed to get yard work done, and that big stump from the oak tree that fell over in Hurricane Helene, it's ugly. It's an eyesore. It came right down through the fence, ruined one of the posts, lifted the concrete and everything up out of the ground. And I had tried to pull it once with the deuce from behind, and the back end of the truck was sliding and drifting. I'm like, wow, what is going on with that thing? Is there still a root that big attached? So yesterday I said, well, pull it from the front and back it up. And I chained it up, got all the slack out of it, wrapped it around a big knuckle root off the tree, and I just put it in low, engaged the diff lock, and backed that thing up, and it literally just pulled it up and out and bulldozed across the yard. Like, that's what I'm talking about. I don't like it when I don't have control over my world. I don't like the way our society does things. I'm not a fan of corporate America. I hate it. I'm not a fan of workplace politics and a bunch of chiefs and heads of state that make a lot of money doing little or nothing while the working class is treated like peons. I'm 59 years old. Is there any dignity left in our society? The job I was just at, I raised the standard. I had repaired school bus seats. No one from management ever came down and said, you're knocking this out. And it's demoralizing when you work in a place and they don't care. And the ones that get the salaries and the ones that drive around in the vehicles with the AC running and do zero all day, they get bothered when you have to ask them a question about your job or tell them you need help with something because you haven't done this before and nobody showed you. I am a person that is affected. We all are. I'm a person that's affected by negative society. Absolutely. And I'm a go-getter. Now the apple cart's been upset. And to try to get back out into that, whatever, I'm struggling. This is when I wish I was rich, and I just say, screw that. I didn't go to college. I'm not going to college. I'm not going to trade tech. I'm not doing all that because my thing is you need to make money. That's it. And I thank God I'm disciplined. I thank God I'm not in a crisis and hurting financially. I see a lot of people abuse social media with their GoFundMe accounts. I remember when I was at Denver Schools years ago, and this was tacky. We had a woman, she was a bus monitor, and then she went behind the dispatch desk. She was cliquey. She was friendly with some and rude to others. I was one of them. Not Miss Personality or Congeniality. And she got involved with somebody down on the fueler, got knocked up, got pregnant, that broke off. Every relationship I've seen in that workplace went down the toilet. And over the years, I started to say transportation has become affectionately known as trash-portation. The most of the people that meet in transportation, it ends up in a dumpster. And she put a jar on the counter with her name. Please give to my baby fund. And I didn't say anything right then and there, but I said outside, I said, why are we supposed to contribute to her baby fund? She's rude. She's immature. She goes and fools around with a guy working here. He dumps her butt. And now that's got to become our responsibility. And several people said, I think that's crap. You shouldn't be using the workplace to drum up your money. That's why you have a job, and maybe you should have thought about that before you open your legs. I sleep, Z. I go to bed early and I wake up early. And welcome. Everybody's got their hand out. Even at this workplace, when women had a birthday, they got a clothespin on their shirt. 5, 10s, 1s, sometimes a 20. And you got people I work with, I get along with everybody, but I wouldn't say everybody in the workplace is my friend. Tristan, you know what? You're onto something there. But these women, Mike, you can give me something for my birthday? No. Why not? Very awkward. Very awkward. I believe in saying happy birthday if I know it's a coworker's birthday, but to be pressured into giving them a present. I worked with a woman on her bus for 1 year. Her birthday was the day before mine. And all day through the route, Mike, look at this. Somebody just gave me $100 for my birthday. Somebody just gave me $50 for my birthday. And she would say the day before, you better get something for my birthday. I did not want to. Working with her was a struggle. I did it. And then I asked the supervisor, I said, get me off of there. This is crazy. And I bought her 2 paintings that she loved. And she'd go into the schools and go up to staff, it's my birthday, it's my birthday, it's my birthday. I mean, the woman is literally a couple years older than me. Hello, Nemo. And it blows me away. By the end of the day, she had $1,000 in her Cash App. And I wanted to say, do you know what the word tacky means? Tacky. You don't do that to people. You don't do that stuff. She was obnoxious about it. She went up to the lady who ended up becoming my roommate, a school teacher. She goes, oh my gosh, she came up to me and said, yeah, tacky equals cheap shot. Well, I think it's tacky when it's your birthday and you're demanding everybody give you money. You shouldn't be doing that to even your closest friends. Over the years, when it's my birthday at work, I don't even say anything, and people don't even know. Don't even know. For me, I get older, I live alone. It's another day. You know, when you're a kid, it's a big deal because you get toys and cake, and when you get older, it's just another day. I remember working at a factory in Prescott Valley, Arizona. They gave you your birthday off. I said, now that, and with pay, I said, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, done. Uncouth, no class. And one day, and she was very difficult to work with because, I'll be honest, politically I'm conservative. She was Democrat. And we could not have a discussion about that stuff. Could not. And I didn't bring it up. So I tried to find neutral ground discussions, trying to be nice. We were getting OT, we were getting 12-hour days. You're confined in a yellow special ed box with somebody. You know, you kind of want to make things pleasant for both of you. I had ridden with other female drivers. Man, we talked, had a good day, we worked together. This one, it was tough. She drove pretty aggressive and reckless, hit the curbs, went around the corners. I'm thinking, man, this is a special needs bus. You gotta drive a little more gentle. And when I drove them, I was aware you got people in wheelchairs with head and neck brace supports, and you can't just drive that thing, you know, like it's your car. You don't want to jostle and jerk people around. And even other kids would make a comment, she'd spin around. Boy, you better not be talking about how I'm driving. And I would stand up to the kid. I said, well, you're kind of hitting those curbs a little hard. I don't need your 2 cents, Mike. I said, I'm just telling you, man, we're on camera. These guys complain and they pull it, you're going to be called in the office. You know? I wouldn't say that in front of kids, but oh my gosh. And it seemed like in that workplace, everybody was coming up. Mike, are you going to donate money for so-and-so's funeral? Who's that? Well, they lost their great-great-great-grandpa. And I said, oh, well, that's too bad. And I'd start to walk away. Mike, you going to donate anything? Probably not. You know, and it's like, I hate that. If I was a boss, I'd say, hey, the workplace is not the place to solicit funds, folks. It's okay to put a big card on the table and have people sign their regards, but stop all that money stuff. We're all here to make money. We're all here to pay our bills. Little bit of sunburn. Yes, Chloe, how did you know? Or child of God, how did you know? I worked there for about 1.5 years. I was a warehouse puller. No, I got a rash here. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes it itches when summer comes to an end. I don't know if it's prickly heat or what. They're saying we're going to have colder than normal temperatures closing out August into September. I'm good with that. You're kidding. Is the place still there? Rust Town Hall 14 or Max Town Hall 10? Yes. Wow, I've like only one other time did I meet somebody, and it was in northern Minnesota. I met a woman, and she was married to a guy that used to run, I can't remember what the line of windows was, but he's the first line when you came down the main plant from the front door, main aisleway. 25 years, so 2000. I was there in 87 to the very beginning of 89. Yeah, I graduated PHS in 85. I worked at OxyCal, Coronado Tech, and Betterbilt. OxyCal and Coronado Tech, oh my gosh. Bad supervisors. I mean, Coronado Tech was a big, busted redhead woman. She just was a bar chick. She was awful. I just came in there and did my job, but she was awful. Crappy jobs with crappy pay. Hey, Sam. Betterbilt was all right. They would do things to frustrate people. I know that they probably don't do aluminum windows anymore because aluminum is a thing of the past. Everything's vinyl. I remember the first time I like vinyl. But when I lived in Minnesota, it makes a difference when you touch the inside of the sill and you don't feel the cold temperature outside. So they made a big difference in insulation. That's wild to meet somebody who worked at Betterbilt. Well, that's awesome. Prescott was a good town in the 80s. I know that the growth has exploded in Prescott Valley. But how do you get over the hump? I mean, I'm a Christian. I read the devotion this morning and was talking about in Ezekiel how God will lead us to green pasture. He is our shepherd. And yesterday I was having a difficult time. I was trying to get into the presence of God, and I really absolutely could not do it. And I just felt darkness. I was not good up in the mind. And that reflected in my video. I can't act. Acting is not my strength. Yeah. That was actually owned, or I believe it was owned and run by mostly Mormons. I remember I was walking through the warehouse one day and one of the other guys said, "Mike, you need to learn something." And he took the window and it had the back-to-back B, and he turned it this way. He said, "That says Mormon windows." I said, "Oh my gosh, I had never realized that." But oh my gosh, the people that were line leaders, there was a couple really good ones. I remember Alan. But then you had some pretty jaded, offensive, undignified women yelling, "Mike, I need carts!" Not pretty, not attractive, not nice. And I was just basically a puppy back then. "I'm trying to get you some." They're all tied up in warehouse. We got off at 3:30. We got paid every Friday. And they hired a lot of, there were young couples that got on. And they'd buy a trailer and a piece of land in Prescott Valley. That was the cheapest place to build yourself a house, and a life. And I remember thinking at one time, man, I should have done that. I have been all over the world since then. Prescott Valley, I believe my sister still lives out there. I haven't talked to her in years. And it became literally probably the largest mobile home community I've ever seen. I don't want to cut it, but thank you. Yep, I remember that, child. You know, it was a good job for the area. A lot of people had bitter things. They would do things like they get everybody all hyped up. They said, if you guys increase the production and we can get things, we'll get a bonus. And everybody was really pushing. And they did it. And then the guy, Jim, I wonder if he's even alive now. Jim was president or whatever, the head of the place. And he laid off like a whole bunch of the workforce. That was their reward. Betterbilt used to have layoffs, plant layoffs. Every 2 weeks in December, we'd have a shutdown. And they'd give you a bonus that was usually equal to your 2 weeks of pay, which was nice. Hey, Neeks. And nobody can do it for me. My videos, how to get over the hump. Nobody can do that. You know, it's like when you're going up a grade, and you're in a truck with a bad clutch and you're trying to get it into gear and it's not going in and you're starting to lose power, and then you finally just grab the thing and go whang, you know, and it goes in rough as all get out. But I was like, you know, God, I feel like I'm blocked and blocked and blocked. It's like there was a game on Atari called Adventurer. Then you had to get a key to get into the castle, to get into here, you had to get items. And in part of this game, you had to go through an invisible maze. It used to drive my sister nuts. It took me a while because you can only see this part and you move up and you can't go. And I finally learned how to get in, and then you find, and there was these dragons that would float around. You had to get the spear and stab them all. If they ran into you, it was game over. And you had to get the chalice, which was hidden in the castle. But the invisible maze was a trip. And I finally found the pattern to get through the invisible maze. And my sister's like, how do you do that? I said, look, watch what I'm doing. You know, you go this way, this way, this way, you know, you figure it out. She couldn't get it. So I teased her. But I feel like I'm in that invisible maze now. Okay, God, so which way can I move that you're going to allow a path? I go here, stop. Here, stop. Here, stop. You guys ever feel like that in your walk? Anybody? And you guys, you may not realize it, but you guys are having an impact on me. You are. When I turn off the video and I go into my world, it's overwhelming. Social media is interesting because a lot of people get really puffed up by it. They see all the likes, they see all the views, and they think they're a rock star. I'm past all that. Your strength is tested when you're away from all of that. Your strength is tested when you're by yourself, no family, no tight-knit community, and then you have your job just kicked out from under you, and you're like, oh my. And I believe I'll get something. I do. How long is going to be the time between now and that point? And then can I factor this in, folks? Iceman, thank you. Thank you for the sub and thank you for your honesty. You know, it's hard. We used to have a saying, when the heavens are as brass, and I think that comes from scripture. You look at Elijah. He was on Mount Carmel and did that contest with the Baal worshipers, and God showed up. I mean, that fire just ate up the sacrifice and all the water they poured on it. And watch this, though. Jezebel, who was one of the most wicked women ever, sends a message: your life will be that of those you just slain with the sword. And Elijah flees. And he's afraid. He's scared. And he finally stops, drops down, and goes to sleep, exhausted somewhere out in the wilderness. And the angel says, arise, eat, your journey is long. And baked him a fresh cake of whatever, and he fell back asleep, and the angel gave him more food, and he went off 40 days in the strength of that food. Man, can you know how much money you'd save on your grocery bill? That if God empowers you, you will find you don't need as much as you thought you did. And we ignore some of these stories. We look at the big thing. Oh, God showed the Baal worshippers. He also was showing Elijah something. And Elijah was running. He was scared. And prophets, I'm not a prophet, okay? But prophets were considered strange. John the Baptist wore a camel's hair outfit, eating wild locusts and honey. And I'm sure to the religious elite, they were looking at him going, okay. God uses misfits, folks. I know, because I'm one. It's not that I'm dogging myself. It's that I'm man enough to realize I don't fit. Hello, Jason. And thank you for that. Yes, Tristan, you can ask for prayer. Something specifically? Jason, have a good day. And it's dawned on me that not only do I have a channel, but people are now watching. They're looking. There's the other Jason. How are you? Hello, Chloe. Going. It's up and down. Yesterday I felt good, pulled that big old stump up out of the ground with ease with that truck. A bus pulls up right in front of my house to let kids off, and the driver says, "What, are you on vacation?" I said, "No, ma'am. I'm not there no more." "Huh?" I said, "They fired me." And she goes, "No way." I said, "Uh-huh." And part of me is so, we all get this way. I'm like, you're going to tell me you didn't hear? I'm hearing reports that all the drivers heard about my video. And then Michael says, hold it. You also know that people like to exaggerate. The other one called me yesterday. She goes, I still haven't heard a thing, Michael. There's a group of people that know, and there's a group of people that don't. But when I go out there and I see the buses, I don't even want to look up and wave, because I'm like, well, whatever. We all get insecure. We all are affected by our own mortality. Elijah did a massive, God was there. And that one woman, that one crazy woman, threatened to have him killed. And that twisted him up. We're human. We're human. That's good, Jason. Medical centers. Oh, boy. Lord, we pray for Tristan's, let me see this. Tristan's father, possible leukemia. We pray that you put your hand on him. And if it is your will, heal him. We pray that you give Tristan peace during this time and strength. And we pray that you heal his father. And if you don't, we pray, God, that you would watch over his father and Tristan. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. It's weird. I feel awkward praying online because I don't like to pray for show. But I'm learning it's a discipline. And somebody asks for it instead of saying, oh yeah, I'll do it, and go on about your day. It's best to do it right there. It's best to do it right there because human nature, we get off the stream, go about our day, and washes out of the brain. I remember sitting under a pastor years ago, and he says, when you guys leave church today, try not to let this message wash right out of your brain, okay? Tristan, we're a community. We're not just YouTube people. There's a core group of people that come in here and care about each other. You know, and I got my own problems. I saw somebody left a comment on the video where I was wearing my little cut off bottom of the t-shirt. And some people see that and they're bothered by it, and I understand. I may act a little off, but honestly, I'm just odd. I'm not trans, gay. I'm not. And I'll tell you, that's really being pushed on our society. It's really being pushed. I don't want a homosexual relationship with a dude. I don't. In fact, much of my life, I've been very reluctant, especially when I had two friends of 13 years and we're not in contact anymore because just like marriage, you know, I've had my problems, and a lot of people, especially with guys, you know, you have guys that are hunting buddies. You have guys that are into cars together. You have guys that they'll drink and fish and go to the sports event together. Stuff like that. RH, I've never heard of that. That's wild. I don't like our society pushing stuff on us. I believe everything is purposed and has a reason. You're absolutely right. It's tough. I don't know about for you, child, but it's tough when you're going through something. You know, the other day I was going into a tailspin. Picture World War II aircraft, tail ends on fire, and it's going, and I had to say, Mike, you need to stop. You need to trust in God. Because what you're doing right now is not what He wants you to be feeling. Stop it. Get up and do something productive today. You pulled out the stump, you mowed your yard, you raked it, you tied it up. Today, get in here and clean. Find something to do. I was looking at a job, it was $20 an hour right in the neighborhood. I'm like, I can do yard work, but they want you to be knowledgeable of repairing and fixing the machine. This is just for a day job. Must have Zelle, Cash App. I'm like, man, it just took me time to get a ding. I worked for a black woman when I first moved here. She paid me $25 an hour to plant trees. But you know what was nice? She was out there with me telling me, what we're going to do is do this. And I need your help because I can't do all this stuff. I'm not the kind of a guy that wants to go into your yard and say, okay, I need you to do this, this, this. Okay, this is your yard. You got to tell me where these are going. You got to. And Helen had worked side by side with me. And that was awesome. Now people are getting lazy. They want to hire people. They call it labor gigs. They had a bunch of junk in the backyard. It's maybe a 20-minute job, $100. There's a weight machine and broken cabinets and junk. I mean, big. Then I got a short bed pickup. That crap ain't all going to fit in there. And then I got to go to the dump, pay the dump fee, and the dump is way the heck out at the edge of the county. And I'm like, $100, huh? Nah. I mean, sure, I could throw it all in the deuce, but why? You know? Crazy. What are overtones? My hemorrhoids are flaring up today. You had mentioned prior stream. Let me get it and show you. I got hemorrhoids because I bend over a lot and do a lot of work when I was working on the bus seats. You're bending over all day long. And I want to talk about somebody, okay? I want to talk about a good woman. And I'm still sad that she moved. And she didn't move because of anything with me. Her mom had a house in Greenville. And her mom's 80, and they were commuting back and forth to visit each other. And her mom, for being 80, is a sharp as a tack woman. And without telling Tina, she put her house up for sale, contract on another new one, and then dropped the bomb when Tina went out to see her. I want you to help me pay the mortgage, meaning she paid the rest of it, $2,600 a month. And then once they apply, they call it a recast. I hate corporate America. So you buy a house, you apply for the loan for the new one, you're selling your property over here, and you literally have to qualify for the $350,000 loan, even though you just sold your house for $270. So you owe $80 on the new, but they don't let you apply that to the principal. You have to wait 3 months. You have to do a recast, get approved. I'm like, what is this? And Tina said, so they get more interest and more money off the loan. They don't want you to throw all that in there, which chops the price down and cuts the profit out. I want to tell you something. This country is disgusting. They've made billions off of Americans that are so impatient they got to have it right now and get in debt. You want to talk about how to make money? Do what I did. Stay out of debt. Pay cash for a fixer-upper. It is going to be hard work. I'm going to tell you that. This house, if I had known all the stuff I would have had to do, I would have said, next house realtor. But that's okay. It was a process. So who was asking me about this? It's vitamin A and D ointment. I don't even think it says uses temporarily protects minor cuts, scrapes, burns, helps relieve chapped or dry skin. But when my boy was little and I used to change his diaper, he never got that rash because I was on that. All these minutes say, oh, diapers are man, they got them dang Velcro things. Lay the kid down, you unsnap it, I'd lift his legs up, slide the diaper right in the trash liner. I'd take the wet wipe, do 1-2 swipes, throw it, and I'd take this stuff. You put the butt cream and you up the crack, slap the diaper on. He never had a rash. And this, it helps because the hemorrhoids aren't chafing, and it does work. You'll notice a difference. this stuff, like I said, I always call it butt cream. When I was married, I said, do we have any more butt cream left? No, I need to go get that vitamin A and D. It works. A lot of hemorrhoids are caused by too much of us men stooping over and bending. It's better if you can sit down. When you're bent over, that's when you're, sorry, but your sphincter is going fully extended. But the 80s, you filled out a paper application. Online is not easy for me. And I've been online for years. The creator studio has changed. Everything's changed. It's like a maze of you go to set up something, we'll send a text to your phone. So now you're opening your phone. You got to put the number in there. Then you got to do this, do this. Boy, you better write all them passwords and stupid stuff down or you're screwed. Chloe, you have a good day. And thank you. TMI. Yes, Peanut. TMI. We're off the hemorrhoidal cream now. We'll go to the next segment of our discussion. Hemorrhoids are a pain in the butt. That's all there is to it. We're not going to be strong all the time. Hello, Felix. We have something called a biorhythm. And everybody watching me and me, we all have a different biorhythm. Biorhythms are interesting because they can really make or break a marriage. You got a wife who likes to sleep in till 10, 11 o'clock on a Saturday, and me, 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm like a deer, just blink, blink, ready to go. That is not going to work. I notice out here where I live, on a Saturday, they sleep in half the day. I would listen to my female coworkers. Mike, did you have a good weekend? Yeah, did you? I slept the whole weekend. You slept? I just laid in my bed all day Saturday. I'm like, I cannot do that. Once my body comes into focus that I'm awake, I don't lay around. I'm up. I get moving. I don't push snooze ever. Oh, ripped. That's funny. Sam, thank you for that. But even and then, it's fun for us guys to try to come across like we got the alpha control of everything. But folks, that's not real. God is interesting. He doesn't have to give us a reason for anything he does. We're simply supposed to trust his heart. We simply have to trust his heart. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. I was in Coronado Technology in the 80s, and there was this guy there. He was funny. I think his name was Paul. He took me to Yavapai Regional Medical Center when I smashed open my thumb on a press. Boy, did that hurt. And I had a 62 Chevy with no power steering. So with this all mangled and I was holding the rest of it in my hand, I thought, I am not going to be able to drive the truck to the hospital. And I got in trouble with the boss. We'll talk about that. Hold that thought. I didn't even do anything wrong. He said, Mike, you ever heard of Psalm 23? I said, yeah. It says, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for my ghetto blaster is with me. I said, Paul, that's so wrong. That's so wrong. But, he was being funny. And it was funny. And sometimes Don't you wish when you woke up in the morning in the dark and you just said, Lord, what would you do if you heard yes? Huh? You called me. I answered. Oh my gosh. And you're going to do one thing. You're going to turn on the light, make sure some intruder didn't get in your dang house. Wouldn't it be nice if it was like that? Even if he said, you know, Mike, I'm so tired of you doubting me. Why don't you believe? Why do you doubt every time you hit a crisis? You've been in this since 1985. What is the problem? I wish I had that. You know, people claim they hear God speak to them in an audible voice. And there was a show called Woody Woodpecker, and it went something like this. I am very suspicious of people who hear God. Now you can feel a move of the Holy Spirit. You can sense God speaks through his word. But what do you do when you're going through the desert on a horse with no name and you're feeling like, God, I know you say I'll never leave you nor forsake you, but I'm feeling really alone right now. I'm in the truck and on the bench seat and there's nobody next to me. Do you realize we cannot grasp that the Holy Spirit is inside of us? And I look at me, I'm unholy so much. How can the Holy Spirit live inside of me? I'm a temple. You that are Christian are a temple of God. I don't feel like a temple of God. A gentleman called me on Discord and he said, Mike, I'm just going to say something. You are not a bad guy and you are acting as if though you've done something wrong. We've all heard you. You didn't do anything wrong. You're not a bad guy. You're not racist. You don't kill people. You don't do drugs. You have been the victim. He says, I don't believe all these people are angry about your video. He said, somebody in there was pushing for you to be out. He said, because you live in a day and age where somebody gets upset. They won't look at your work ethic. They won't look at anything. You were the sacrificial lamb, not them. And he said, you seem like you're insecure. I said, I am. Absolutely. My security is based. Can I say this? My security is based on my haircut makes me a bad guy. Now that's funny, and we know that isn't true. But it makes me realize my security is based on me having control. And then we get to that old thing. Have you trusted Christ as your Lord and Savior? When we get saved, we want him as a Savior. That's the easy part. God, I'm a sinner. You cry, you weep, you have your moment. But we don't automatically, in every area of our life, suddenly say, yes, he's Lord. It's a fight because we got rebellion wrapped up so deeply in us. What do you mean, gravity, you don't let go? If you love me, feed my sheep. Well, child of God, yeah, it's to live for everybody else, but I can't live for other people when I'm thinking I need to get a job. I should be at work right now. I'm not comfortable with this. And let me throw something in here. Let's go back to Coronado Technology. There was a guy by the name of Angel He worked at the Arizona job, whatever it was called, Arizona and Prescott, and he got me the job out there, and I did well. And when I got hired, I was put on that press. It was about that big steel brick about that thick, and it had depressions in them. The cover that goes over a deuce and a half in the 5 tons, it'd have a hole. And we put grommets, because when you attach it to the cab of the truck, you got the thing, the stud that sticks out, and you turn it, it holds the cover on. Now they're all plastic. They got away from the canvas. And the guy came over that was training me, and he had a jar about that big with formaldehyde in it. So I'm going to tell you right now, you got to be careful on this, because this was what happened. Somebody's thumb was gone. Then there was another guy that lost part of his thumb. Well, I was number 3. I got so good at that thing, you push the foot pedal down, you put the grommet in stage 1, pulled the canvas over, held it tight, push the foot pedal, it goes, poof. You move it over 1, it starts to bend the tabs. You move it over 1 more, finalized. So I was like, boom, and I was turning them out. Canvas is not easy material, so when you pulled it, sometimes it'd shrink back, and I went, oh! Had about ½ inch of my thumb was dangling, and you see the nails deformed. It doesn't look normal. I got all kinds of boo-boos. I bashed this thumb doing my job at work, and it's healing, but it has to grow out. I've got working man's hands, folks. We went to the Yavapai Regional Medical Center. Paul took me there, and he says, dude, I'm so sorry. I said, you know, it happened so fast, it just didn't hurt. But now it's starting to throb. And Paul says, can we get somebody? We've been sitting in here for 15 minutes. He's dripping blood everywhere. I'll tell you what, you get in a medical place and you get a lot of those women at the desk, rude, even in the 80s. Finally got into the doctor's office. He looked at it and he said, this happened at work? I said, yeah. He says, where do you work? I said, Coronado Technology. Mr. Nelson, what machine is it? And I told him, and he took his clipboard, threw it on the floor, and he says, I'm calling OSHA. You're the 3rd guy. This is enough. I said, I won't get in trouble. He goes, no. That thing needs to be shut down. I had a guy in here who lost his whole thumb. I said, I know, it's in the jar at work. I was on workman's comp for what, 2.5 months? While it healed. Man, they should have given me full pay for that. It's stupid. I had this little foot pillow. They used to have them at the swap meet down there in Lancaster, California. Big old swap meet. Man, the swap meets in the 80s. You had vendors who were selling brand new all ghetto blasters, and then you had row after row of just $20, $30 back then. That was heaven to go to the swap meet. I had this big furry foot pillow, and I would put this arm up on it so it didn't get bumped and fall asleep. I had a splint around it and everything. I went back to work, and they had done away with the machine. They made a machine that punched the holes, and you set the fabric down, and you poked. It actually also did the 4 tabs, and you poked the metal grommet up through there, And the ladies would sit there and take a hammer and go ting, 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 ting. They did away with that. And one of the ladies, Mike, are you okay? I said, yeah, I'm good. It's healing. It's deformed. She said, you know what Jolene said? She told people, oh, Mike was trying to get hurt. And somebody said, why would you say that? He didn't even cry. Somebody said he didn't even cuss. I was right by him when he did it. Really? I didn't cry, I didn't cuss, so I manufactured that. That wasn't even in my mind. Yeah, Johanna, that's bad. Hello, Teresa. How are you? You're amazing too, Teresa. You're cool. Glad you didn't mind me doing the collab video. That was fun. I like to do shout outs to people when I can and just have fun. Oh gosh, Johanna, that's terrible. So the thumb healed, but it's deformed. It's ugly. Sometimes when I'm standing in public, I kind of tuck it in. I'm like Radar on MASH. You never show that hand. Did you know that? I don't know if it's left or right, but you will never see that one hand in any of the broadcasts. I'm self-conscious. Women today are so fussy about everything. I'd be like, what's that? Ew. I have not actually had that happen. Most women that have dated me said, Michael, that don't bother me because it show me you work. You know, there's a song out there, don't date no scrubs. You notice a lot of guys have become a scrub, hanging on the passenger side. When I was at Denver schools, a lot of Hispanic women would date a guy covered in tats, Mexican, Latino, whatever. And they come to work complaining, yeah, I just sit at home, smoke weed all day. I said, why would you go out with somebody? Because I love him. Well, you get what you pay for. And you know, when you go through this time, I'd love to have a young lady that loves me and puts her arm around me and says, you know, this sucks what happened to you, honey, but we're going to make it. I know who you are, and we're going to make it, and God's going to come through. It's harder when you're alone. And yet I've been alone for a long time. What are you saying? I need to wake up. I'm woke up. Yeah, the doctor called OSHA. OSHA showed up. And that lady was trying to tell people, Jolene, big head of red hair, bigger than mine. Always came to work with all that pushed up cleavage. She was not a nice person. I was a Christian. I was a young Christian, and she was kind of shocking to me. She was a bar chick. And a lot of the guys did not like her. They said, man, she's a bar chick. She's just an angry whore. I mean, they said all kinds of things. I remember there was a Mormon guy that worked there named Peter. And he went and posted Penthouse, ripped out Penthouse stuff and taped it all to the bathroom walls. And me being righteous then, I walked in there one day and I pulled everything down and threw it in the trash. Nobody saw me do it. And he come up, did you take all my... I said, dude, it's the workplace. I'm a Christian. I don't want to look at that. I mean, truth was I did, but I don't need to be exposed to that. But that was my stuff. I said, well, dude, Put it in your car, put it in your house, whatever. Tina did that Instacart. She worked it. She get $30 and be out there 5 hours. It's not worth it. Gravity, there's some things I got to do. I need to have my plumber come over and stuff. I did think about that, believe it or not. I could call him and have him get this done. Yeah, Scanner, dating scene is just nothing but a nightmare anymore. That's right, cornbread. And you know what I like about you guys? This is where it's at. None of that self-righteous hate. You guys are just, we're down here talking practical. Good morning, Marcus. And welcome from the UK. I find myself battling some anger. I find myself, I was not fond of my employer because it was when I started out here, I was like, whoa, this stuff don't go on any other transportation. This is crazy out here. And they gossip, they talk trash about everybody. And I was a damn good worker. And it's like, that's society for you. They don't see your heart. They don't care about your heart. You give 110%, and who cares? He does. He does. Yeah, I know a lot of people at Denver, they get out of their bus, they get in their personal vehicle and log on to Uber and would run out to DIA. The DIA trips were where the money was at. And what started happening, people were making money and then everybody got into it and it started pulling. And then some people said, man, it's not worth my time because it got so competitive. Tristan, that's awesome. Thank you, Rain. I appreciate that. I think of a steamship. You go down to the room and you shovel the coal in the boilers, and you get the boilers hot so it can create steam so that you can fire up things and get the engines going and the propellers going. Clive Cussler, I'd read about the guys who go on a ship that's been laid up and get it back on and running back in the old days. Throw in the coal, get it hot, build up the steam. So you get it out of the harbor. Now it's diesel fuel, basically. Nephews? No. Hugh, thank you for that. That I appreciate that. And I've noticed. I got kind of mad. I didn't snap. I maintained control of my voice. But a woman there that we've been friends, shot pool with, she always come and complain to me about her issues with work, and I listen. I try to encourage her. Last summer, I cleaned her bus out real good and fixed some broken things in there that the drivers kept coming to me, Mike, I ride up my bus 10 times, and they don't. I said, that's because this is this place. I said, when I was in Denver, we had a system called Faster, and we enter it in the internet. Minor stuff, next morning, note on my seat, fixed. You can write up something for months and they won't do anything about it. I wrote up a bus, 142. When you do your CDL pre-trip, there's a thing you have to do with the brakes. After you check your fluids, you go and start the bus. You get it up to 120 psi, both primary and secondary gauges. Then you turn the bus off. You turn the key to the right, push in the parking brake, and you take the foot brake and hold it all the way down. 60 seconds. Must not lose more than 3 psi in 60 seconds. When I did that test on 142, it just went. I wrote it up. I told my boss, I said, technically, I'm not supposed to take this. And though it never went down at a red light, where the buzzer's coming on, I finally pushed the issue. I said, and it went to the shop. It comes back, it's still doing it. I told my supervisor, I said, this does not pass DOT. Mike, they're not going to put any money into it. I said, then put it in the back row. We shouldn't be driving it. They're still driving it. The brakes still do that. And I went, oh my gosh, there's 20, 30 buses where the air just goes. And I said, you guys got to have these DOT. Well, Mike, they ain't going to pull over the buses. No. Wrong freaking answer. It's a school bus. It's a commercial motor vehicle. And I noticed Georgia does something different. When you have CDL, you have to have your DOT card. Here, the Board of Education won't pay for that. They make it mandatory you have a board physical every 2 years. And Georgia did something really weird. You do not have to have your DOT to have your CDL while driving the school bus. I said, what? Every state I lived in, DOT every 2 years. In fact, this November, I'm due. I'll have to go into the doctor's office and re-op my own CDL. I came out here with it. They didn't give it to me. And you know why Georgia did that? This is no joke. Do you know why Georgia did that? The majority of the people coming into the school buses are out of shape. They cannot pass the DOT standards for BMI. So how the state got around the federal mandates, I don't know how they did it. So you can have a CDL Class B P2, passenger air brakes, okay? But without the DOT card, you cannot go out of that bus and drive a Class B vehicle at all. You're limited. I'm like, that is so weird. Then I said it'd be cheaper. Excuse me, I was wrong. The board makes you do a physical every year. I said the board would save money if they made us do DOT. And somebody said 90% of these drivers wouldn't pass a DOT physical. I said, well, then maybe we need to go back to the standard. You got a woman out there. She can barely get up the steps to her bus. She doesn't walk back and check on the kids. She won't sweep the bus. And she pisses in the seat. And I'm not being rude. Pisses in the seat. It got so bad, I'd have to work on a bus and I'd have to find some sweat jacket on the floor that some kid isn't claiming and throw it on the seat. And rotted the seat where the seat cushion came off of the metal frame. I went to the shop and I said, I'm writing this up. He goes, Mike, she pees in that seat. We're not replacing it. I said, the cushion is not attached, boss. You have to. Hit the brakes, she's going to slide off onto the floor. I wrote it up. They had it in their shop. They put it back out there with the thing just sitting there. This place does not do things by the book. And I'm not just saying that. They do not do things by the book. When a boss yelled at me, a supervisor, when I came up to him about the seats, you cannot feel steel on the seat back. If I hit this and it's, hard, see that's whatever the materials that, you hit your head on that as a kid, or you got an autistic kid who's going like this. So I have to replace the foam. The foam's compromised. I walked down a lot after all the drivers left for their morning runs. I service them at the pumps, and then I go out and find a bus to work on. Mike, can't have you take any bus. I said, I'm going to grab that one. Nope. I said, sir, there's like 20 seats where it's metal. I said, can I show you something? This is what he did. 47 years old, doesn't like to be bothered, white guy. Sit in the truck, got the door open. And like a little kid, all right, let's go. Jerks the truck forward with the door open and zooms over there recklessly. Gets out, walks like Mr. Macho. And I said, this one. I walked to the back. Well, just put some tape over it. I said, well, I can't do that. It's not going to do any good. I said, sir, I'm not here to be subordinate. I'm just telling you, the office just told me these cannot go out if they don't meet DOT. Well, I understand that, Mike, but, I need this. Okay, all the buses have gone out this morning. Why can't I pull this? That's the kind of jackass stuff I was dealing with. I care about the safety of the kids. And trust me, a lot of these kids give you every reason to never want children. But I still don't want them getting hurt. And that guy makes $70,000 a year, and he has a job. And he would not do that to the other people in his shop. People shit on me out there. And I've got some anger. Like, God, why do these people have a job and I lost my job on my time saying something about an event that didn't bother any of the community down here because they don't care? That woman beat in Cincinnati. You know what? But it's over. It's water under the bridge. But it takes time. What's a speed remake? Oh, yes, that's right. Gravity. If anybody's qualified to call DOT in Georgia and say, look, but watch this. February, I'd bring the buses up to the shop for inspection. They were letting stuff pass that would not pass in Colorado, Minnesota, Washington at all. Washington had a law that they'll make you park your bus, pull the air brake, shift it into neutral, turn off the bus, undo your seatbelt, get down that back aisle and out that back door in less than 25 seconds. If you can't do it, you can't drive a school bus. We had a guy that was 400 pounds. I know because he said he was 400 pounds. His butt cheek slamming into every seat back. He made it out of there well under 25 seconds. Oh my gosh. Dana, I'm not just making this up. You got drivers that are repeat offenders. Richmond County will not ticket the buses. And the head of transportation, a new white guy they got in there, I didn't like him either. They keep getting in new bosses that don't know what they're doing. And he, you guys need to stop speeding in the buses. I may have to tell Richmond County to just go ahead and pull you over. Why are the police not doing their job? They would pull over a school bus in Denver. In fact, the news, they had nabbed 2 school bus drivers blasting through a school zone. Whoops, really? And that's a ticket. I remember one of my fellow employees was driving a minibus. She told me she got a ticket out in Sheridan. I said, really? You got to be kidding me. And I knew exactly where. I said, yeah, that's that school zone that's over a mile long. It's down this street. You take a left, it goes on. You take a right down the stop sign, it goes on. It's like the whole city of Sheridan is a damn school zone. I said, you know why they do that, don't you? To make money. She was bucketing through there. She got nabbed. The Sheridan cop I had a route that ran right through there. I never sped. Then I'd see him sitting there. I'm like, you ain't getting me, Smokey. And they would get cars left and right. That was a moneymaker in there. I don't know why the damn school zone was so long. It was ridiculous. I'd never seen anything like that in my life. Denver used to be you got a ticket to bus, you got fired. Then they changed the policy depending on what it was for. Said, oh, you're speeding, you get to pay it. She went and had the supervisor pull the GPS. Nothing was in her favor. Here, I've watched some of our drivers, it's 45, and I got a load of kids and they're going, whoa. I told a guy that considers himself a pastor. He'd come to work driving like a maniac in his vehicle, and he'd get in that bus, and it was out of control. He went blasting past me one day up on the road, and the kids even made a comment. Had high schoolers on a shuttle. Got down to the last school in the morning. I said, dude, do you know how fast you were going when you went around me over there on Deansbridge? What do you mean? I said, you saw me. You whipped around me, no turn signal. I said, I got a busload of kids, dude, and they're talking about it. How do you know it was me? I said, you were driving 91, right? I don't know, was I? I said, I don't know. You want to walk out to school and tell me what bus is parked behind mine? Because it's yours. And it says 91 on it. I said, I'm just telling you. You call yourself a pastor and you're driving like that. Well, I didn't get caught. Flirting with all the black females. Coming onto them, hanging on them. And he would always come up and try to tell me something. I said, hey, I need you to stop. You're not my mentor. Well, what do you mean, bro? I said, you're not a pastor, dude. I said, I see you. You do not follow the prescriptions for a pastor. I said, well, it don't matter what you think. It matters what God thinks. I said, you're right. But go read the word about all that. I said, you need to be blameless. And I said, you got people coming up to me telling me that you're playing around in this. I said, stop calling yourself a pastor. And I walked away. Oh, he got so mad. I'm not a pastor. I don't meet the qualifications. And I see so many people in this culture out here, they go and get a little ordination kit. And now I'm a pastor. No. Who's Michael Peterson? What? Shame on me for what? No, I'm not a tweaker, dude. I'm talking about other drivers driving at dangerous speeds. Did you listen? And this is a woman's shirt. Does it say woman on it? Does it say ladies? I love that dichotomy. I was a safe driver, 110% of my evaluations, no tickets in a commercial vehicle or my truck or bus since I got into the CDL in 1990. I got a ticket at a way station with two other sales guys, with the boss in front of us. Colorado changed the law. We were delivering cabin chassis. They were trucks with no bodies on them. So they didn't have the mud flaps. Because they were CDL vehicles, we had to pull off in the weight station. Guy came out and said, no mud flaps. I told the boss, I said, you didn't tell. He goes, I'm paying the tickets, Mike. There's no points. That was the only one I got in all the years of a CDL driver. So we had to make a 2x4. I had to screw in the mud flaps, and we had C-clamps, so we attached the frame, and we just had to remember to get them. And we shagged stuff around. Crazy. You're going to tell me, Kara, you a lady? Nice language. Give you a 10-minute timeout to cool off. You will not talk to me that way, woman, at all, and expect me to respect that. You may be trying to be one of the guys, but I'm into ladies, not wannabe male girls telling me to shut that's abuse. That's not okay because I don't do that. I know exactly why you're doing what you're doing. You're one of those that doesn't like one of me talking about some of the crap that goes on in your community, and you don't think it's okay for me that's not in that community to talk about that community. And guess what? The same freedom of speech you think you have is afforded to me. And I'm going to call it like I sees it, just like you all think you can call it like it. I'm done. Done. It's amazing. Every time something makes the news, oh, we got to hear the whole nation scream about racism. Something happens to me, and a few clowns come in here and think that I don't have a right to talk. He wearing a girl shirt. He talking about speeding a bus. Yeah. I don't wear this at work. This is in my house. And I did get rid of all that feminine wear. I've had guys tell me it almost looks like Kentucky t-shirt, white beater t-shirt. Yeah, it's hot here. I'm not out there making a gay statement or a trans statement. I'm in my home. I didn't build it. I've been remodeling it. What's the Staircase documentary? I once watched a man who looked just like you turn a squirrel into a paste. That's right. We are all work in progress. Did you know that there's a lot of men that when they have something like this happen to them, and I believe the men can back me up on this, you know what they'll do? They'll resort to alcoholism or drugs. I got back from Hong Kong years ago and it was a fail. My uncle picked me up at the airport in Spokane and drove me 70 miles back to his hometown. I had my red Ford stored there with all my worldly possessions underneath a contractor topper in it. And I was faced with the reality that, okay, I went over there. I was flying higher, 36,000 feet, Asian woman, Hong Kong, and all the excitement that comes with it. Back to a small town that was Deadville. Pulled my truck where we had it stored on the property. I pulled up in the driveway, got the hose and got a wash bucket and started washing it. My uncle said he was watching out the window. He said, I noticed you were very down. And I saw you out washing the truck. And I saw you using your energy. And I thought, that's the Michael I know. One thing about you, Michael, you'll hit the skids, but you get up and you'll fight. And just so everybody knows, I contacted a few attorneys. That's a no. Georgia wrongful termination is very hard to prove. And just the fact they have a caveat in their employee manual. By the way, I threw all that in the burn barrel. All that stuff. I don't need this anymore. I should still get on that ad and say, look, I don't know what you're looking for, but I'm not like everybody else. I'm a good worker. I don't have Zelle and I don't have Cash App. And if you see me, I've got my own truck. I've done yard work. I know how to run some machinery. Are you going to be there to kind of show me a couple things, where you want the trees and, or if this is, you're just saying I need this done and walk off, forget it. But I don't know. Or maybe I won't. Maybe we'll just clean up. I got some drawer of bills and stuff, paperwork that's old that needs to be burned up. Ton steel. Yeah, we all got stuff we got to get rid of. My battle's lust. That is my biggest nemesis. It's lust. And an orgasm is a drug. It is. I have a very high sex drive. It's always been there. And I've asked God, it's funny, God. Those with the highest sex drive aren't the ones with the girl. You notice that? Or you see these really drop dead gorgeous women and then you meet them at church and they'll say something like, I don't even like sex. I don't care if I ever have sex. I'm like, really? That's right, Rain. It is, child of God. The 80s had their problems, but it's different today. It's worse. And you can sit there in your little annual meetings about HR, appropriate behavior in the workplace, and you always got those clowns. They don't care. They're going to do it. And they still got a job. Man, you can be friends with somebody and you're off the clock and you're walking the property. Some gals that would flirt and come on to me, and then they walking around with all their cleavage showing. Then they'd ask me, Mike, how do you like this? I said, well, I like the view. That's nice. And then when they have a tizzy about something, I had this happen. This gal went into the management one day and said, yeah, Mike, checking out my tits. He said, I like the view. And I got called in the office and I said, we were off the clock walking down on the bus lot, taking a walk. And she asked, how do you like this? And I said, I like the view. And it was a woman that was over that transportation. And she laughed and she goes, I know. I've seen you sit over there by the wall, and she always come up and sit right by you and talk your ear off. So I'm kind of looking at this thing going, what did she get pissed about that she's going to suddenly throw him under the bus? I said, thank you, Nita. She goes, I know what goes on around here. I said, you know what I've noticed? All the problems in this terminal are all created by women. She laughed and she goes, I've been in management for years, and yes, it's the truth. It's not you guys I have the problem with. They provoke, they egg it on, they'll rub up against each other. Oh, he touched me. Please. I stopped hanging around that girl. I said, she come over. I said, oh no. I got up and I left. Mike, what's wrong? I don't want to talk. Get away from me. Freaking psychopaths. That is nothing but sand. I think that's done. I hate that. You buy this product and you get to the end and there's just crumbs that are no good. Boat, that's funny. Jenna Toll's TV, she really down. I'll have to check that out. Flagstaff's a nice town. Catch and release. Yeah. I had a gal at Denver. She was a redhead white girl. Young. She was Gen Z. She came up to me. Oh, I like your necklaces. I like your hair. I was starting to grow it then. It wasn't like this. I said, well, thank you. And she was flirty and she'd always come up and talk to me. And this is what I've seen happen over and over. Women like to massage us. Not all, but you got some. I'm thinking, man, she must be single. She talked to me one day, and then I heard her drop the boyfriend word. I'm like, oh, okay, she's taken. So what's all this behavior? She was drawing one day. She was at a table and she said, "Hey, Mike." I said, "Hey." I said, "Oh, you an artist?" She goes, "Oh," and she had colored pencils and she would draw beautiful stuff. I said, "Man, that's some pretty nice artwork." And I seriously was interested. She looks at me, she goes, "You want me to make you a picture?" I said, "Would you?" I said, "Make me a mermaid and a sailing ship in the ocean. I can do that." That girl whipped out a beautiful colored pencil picture, freehand. I said, "I will keep this. That's really cool." And it was right close to Valentine's Day. And I went out and bought a card. You probably thought this was going to be some mushy, lovey-dovey card. No, it isn't. Have a happy Valentine's Day. And I said, "Thank you for the mermaid picture. I love art. You do a good job." And I was touched by that. Sincerely, Michael. I got her a little box of the Russell Stover chocolates or whatever, to be nice. There's a woman there named Nancy. She was the one I saw when I was coming back from the Philippines. And I was in Honolulu and I went downstairs because we had 2 hours and they wouldn't feed you on United. Once you left Guam, you were no longer international. Man, the U.S. is so cheap. You had to pay for food. I said, "I'm not paying for airplane food. That's retarded." So I went downstairs to the Honolulu airport. They had a Japanese deal, and I went and got a little this and that. I'm ringing it up. I hear somebody call Michael. I'm like, nobody's calling me. I turned around. I'm like, "What are you doing here?" And she goes, "I was going to ask you the same." I said, "I'm coming back from the Philippines." Nancy was a lesbian. She was married to her wife. Her wife was nicer than her than she was. I went back upstairs and her wife wanted to hear about my trip to the Philippines and I was showing them pictures and Nancy said, "Man, sounds like you had more fun than we did." Both of them were big, overweight women. I'd always been nice to Nancy, but Nancy, she was a good employee. What I didn't know at the time was she was lesbian. Then I learned that over time. And this young lady was asked to be a monitor on her bus that day. And she told Nancy, "I have a boyfriend and Mike gave me this card and this box of chocolates and I feel really uncomfortable. Go to the office. Go to the office. That's not okay. Go to the office." I got called in after routes. Nita said, "Mike, I got a complaint." And she told me. I said, "Nita, open the card." "Mike, that's not," I said, "Open the card and read it." "Are you sure?" I said, "Pull it out of the envelope." She already opened it. "Read it." She goes, "Really?" She said, "So she came up to you and told you she wanted to draw a picture for you and you told her what you wanted and this was a thank you gift." I said, "Yeah. Do you see any hearts, love, flirt?" "No, I don't." But she said, Mike," she said something interesting. She said, "Oh, I'm not trying to get him in trouble. I still want to talk to him." And Nita looked at her and said, but you're complaining about this. So what is it you want?" I said, "Nita, communicate to her this thing. Do not talk to me again." She smiled. "I can do that." She said, "Michael, remember what you told me? Gen Z and millennials?" I said, "Yes, ma'am. Mike, stay away from them. They got issues." I said, "Man, and how?" Months went by. I was asked to go down to the lot. We had to put new stickers on the face of the stepwell. No trespassing, because parents were coming up in the bus and yelling at the driver, and we were having an increase in that, and they were trying to get the public to realize you come up on a school bus uninvited, that's an offense, and you can go to jail for that. And they asked people for volunteering, and they said, we're going to divide you up into teams, and you guys can figure out how to do these things. And we had to put stickers on the windshield and all these different things, or glass. And guess who they assigned to my team? Little Miss Redhead. I'm like, really? That's stupid. I said, hey, here's what we're going to do. And she said, Mike, I'm sorry. I said, for what? Nancy's the one that prompted me to turn you in. I said, you know what? I said, I really don't want to talk about this, but I want to say one thing. I said, I did not hit on you. I said, it seemed like you wanted to talk to me. And at the time that you also drew me that picture, you and your boyfriend had broken up. And I said, but I didn't do anything inappropriate. I gave you a little box of chocolates and a Valentine card that wasn't even lovey-dovey to thank you for the picture. That's the way I am. And I said, and to be honest with you, that was really pissed me off. I said, there was no call for that. You could have come to me and said, Mike, I don't feel comfortable with this. Okay. Fine, I won't get you nothing. And I told her, I said, you know what? I've never done anything to Nancy. No, Mike, you're a very nice guy, and I see that. People like you. I said, well, but when this stuff happens, it makes me say, why be nice? I said, let's get this done. We're done with this discussion. Let's get this work done. And it sucks that people do that crap. She was my age. She's the same age as me, I believe. Man, NZ, pie, whatever. If you want to focus on my shorts so much, you don't have to come here. Why do people come and complain about stuff? Yes, Dana, absolutely. They are learning lessons, but it's stupid. You can't. And I remember in the HR, we had an in-service one year, and a lady from HR got up there and she said, I'm just going to tell everybody in this workplace something. This is transportation. A lot of people like to date each other, the bus drivers and the monitors, and they fall in love. But she said, I'm going to tell y'all something. Stop getting your honey where you make your money. I started laughing. I said, that's funny. I do believe there was an owl in the house and your father did not murder her. You know what's funny about the Nancy story? All that happened before I went to the Philippines that summer. I did not like Nancy. When I saw that garbage, I'm like, well, and I thought classic lesbian. She probably had designs on this young little redhead woman. So she's going to be the warrior against any man involvement. And I'm in Honolulu and she calls my name and I turn around and that's the last person. I had just been through the time of my life, 2 weeks in Manila, and I see her. And I was so excited about my trip. And I was telling her about it. I said, well, what'd you guys do? They were only out there a week. They went first class all the way. We started talking about prices. I had spent $3,000 to go way further than Honolulu to a foreign country to spend time not in hotels, not in first class, but with a Philippine family in a village. And my education and my experience was far more rewarding. Those two did not have a good time. I think they spent $6,000 with the first class, and they were in a expensive place. Those two aren't going to go down to the beach and sit around in a bathing suit. I'm thinking, wow, you got this married lesbian couple, spends all that money to go to Hawaii. And there's me, go all the way to the Philippines for less and got more out of that trip than I've gotten out of a lot of things in a lifetime. Who's Forrest Skin? You know, Rain, you may be right. Hello, lady. Lady, wow. And back to me wearing this. Oh my gosh, I got rid of all the girly girl stuff. But there's a part of me. How much do I have to change? I have to change what God tells me, but what about my own expression? Okay, buying overtly girl stuff. Maybe not. Hi, Angie. Way to stay away from the locals. So, come back from summer vacation. I see my supervisor. I was just on the phone with her a week ago. I said, man, I ran into Nancy in Honolulu. And she goes, what? I said, yeah, I went to the Philippines and flying back to Colorado. And wow, what are the chances of that? I said, I know, right? Nancy reminded me of Eeyore and Winnie the Pooh. Hello. When you come up and say hi to her, hey, Nancy. Hey. Can I be honest about an observation I made? Can I get really, really blatant here? Ladies, is that okay? Are you guys okay with what I'm about to say? Because I'm gonna open the hood and you're gonna see the turbo and the headers and everything on this one. Are you ready for this? This is observation. I'm not pulling stuff out of my butt here. Okay, I'm a grown man, and I'm a Christian man, I'm a God-fearing man, and I believe in that book. And I'm amazed at the power of sin. Okay, I'm guilty. You see stuff on it, Facebook's pushing it, and you see all this. Two pretty women with no shirts on kissing each other is incredibly arousing. It's wrong, but it's arousing. But what I see when you get out there in society, most lesbians do not look like the lipstick cuties. They're big. They look like dudes. They've got armpits that big around, and they're not pretty. And I've noticed something with every lesbian, and I don't know why. In every workplace I've worked, lesbians befriend me because I'm approachable. But when you start getting into their life, they are at war with their lover. They are unhappy. They're miserable all the time. They are depressing to be around. I'm just saying. It's just what I've noticed. You never see two in real life. I don't see lipstick lesbians that are hot, cute, and upbeat and happy. You know, like the porn presents it. Porn makes it look so good, man. They make it look so good, and it's like you look at people that are in a lifestyle, and you know what? You know what's missing? The joy. The joy. People that are into things that do not fly with God, they may convince themselves they're happy, but they're not. There's a gal I work with. She came up to me a month ago and said, my wife wants a divorce. Not only are they two different races, but they're lesbian. And she said, I thought everything was okay. Why do people think if they do same sex, it's going to be better than heterosex? If you can't get along as opposite sex, wherever you go, there you are. You bring your BS, you bring your ways. I got stuff in me. I was sitting in church Sunday and I noticed the woman with her husband and a little kid crawling around on the pews and stuff, but he wasn't being loud, so I'm paying attention to the preacher. Not the kind of a woman I date. She was slender. She had all the blonde highlights in her hair and all the makeup glopped on, tats. You know, thank God she's coming to church. This is not the kind of a woman to come up and say, hey, you know, you can just tell by the way she's carrying herself, she thinks she's all that. I notice every time I'm going to church. Now, I got to stop. But I'm like, oh man, that one would get on my nerves if I was with her. Just sitting there coughing and constantly, flipping through her hair. And sometimes I look at somebody like that and go, yep, no substance. I'm guilty. And some of that comes because people are so judgmental. You see it in the chat room. If people really want to get funny, why don't I just do that? Now you got something to complain about. That's definitely feminine. I mean, it's funny. It's all in how I choose to do it. Or we could do this. We could do it like those girls who go to the gym in the sport bra. And all the guys are going, it's all in what you do with it, I guess. And I'm not hating. Look, I've admitted that I got to struggle with some crap in me. I do. When you become a Christian, this stuff doesn't just magically disappear. I wish it did. I wish when we got saved that we were just like Superman when he comes into contact with kryptonite. And you're super Christian. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. And the world out there looks at us. Oh, I heard you cuss and you're a Christian. You are dumb. You think because I'm a Christian that I'm just going to be frosted Lucky Charms. They're magically delicious and everything. What do you really know about Christianity? Peter denied the Lord 3 times. Whoops. You spent 3 years with him. Personal training. Folks. Hey, Angie. How do you deny him? But guess what? If you and I were there, one of his disciples said, we would have done the same stupid thing. Humans, we're fickle. Nobody wants to walk into a room full of people that all think they're popular and cool and say, hey guys, I'm a born again Christian. That's like dropping a poop in the middle of the best entree in the buffet. Nobody wants to eat it. Nobody's going to get anywhere near it. When you become a Christian, the world suddenly becomes a herd of gazelle. They get away from you. So you go to work as a Christian, which is what I am. You go to work as a conservative in the middle of a blue area. Then you factor in, there's me. Then you factor in, I've got experiences and stuff. I'd probably be a good male art teacher for middle school. I'd fit right in. Today, class, we're going to learn how to play with pottery. So the dynamic shifts. I am not like a lot of American males. Come here in the South, ball cap, that tough, rough face. Walk into Home Depot and look at most men. They don't look like me. They don't. So you know what I did? This is what I did. Because I got so tired of society, this is what I did. And it wasn't, the motivator for it was, man, this society is, got to make sure the seam's the right way. Our society is harsh. And when you're Michael Nelson, it's even worse. I don't fit in, folks. I never will. So I started doing experiments. I thought, you know what? It doesn't matter what I wear or what I do. With this hair today, and you see how many people come to the chat room. I went to Lowe's and got my lumber one day wearing this. I drove in the military truck. Everybody looking at that. I open the door, I come out, and I put the chalk in front of the wheels. And everybody's like, what the heck? Going to get my lumber? And you see some guys, they're looking. Nobody said anything. And then I get to the register and a black gal. I had my necklace on and whatever. She goes, "Oh my gosh, I like your style." I said, "Do you?" She goes, "You look good. You got a beautiful head of hair. And you're sexy." And I said, "Well, thank you. You just made my day, girl." It's all in who's looking at it. It's all in who's looking at it. I go out to that truck. I start that thing and I'm muscling that wheel. Every man in that lot, I've got their attention because it doesn't fit. And their mind is, the circuits are going, poof, poof, poof. Breakers are popping. Why do we do that? Why do we do that? And so I wrestle. I believe I needed to change some things. But then there's that other part of me. Am I changing for God or am I changing because of the opinions of people? And people see this and they make an assumption, oh, he gay. Man, listen to what I'm saying, people. There's never been a gay man in my bed, ever. Okay? I ain't bringing some sweaty home man and putting him in my bedroom. Not going to happen. Have I had those weird little dart things when you're really horny and those weird little, what do you call them? What do you call it? Fetishes. Yeah. When you go through something like this now and you hit that depression, I don't even want to tell you what happens. You just go, my gosh, your confidence has been knocked out from under you. Well, let me ask you guys something. I see comments by Fed Up Citizen talking out of ignorance as usual. Do you guys go up to the women that look butch, which is most of them today? Go look out there. I mean, even the so-called hot ones. They've dyed their hair blonde and all the black roots or brown roots, ball cap on, hoodies, cargo pants. Do you go up and say how manly they are? No, because if you watch men, a lot of men in this culture go after all those male acting, male talking, male behaving women. They don't think anything of it. Then they come onto my channel and they see this, fag alert, trans alert. What are you trying to track? Lot lizard. Look at Fed Up. Tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. I do things sometimes on this channel to jar the senses, to make a point, and some people still don't get it. They bash and bash. They won't look in their own world and go, you know, he's right. A lot of these chicks are acting like a dude. Women getting up in a man's face like a man would, that's a no-no. And they do it. I'm just saying. I understand you're not comfortable with certain things, and that's okay. But we make a judgment, an assessment. I do it all the time. I do it all the time. But I do social experiments sometimes to watch people. I know we won't starve, trucker. Now that's funny. The world calls it judgment. And then when I'm trying to do a stream, people get distracted. Then people get upset. And I find myself wearing it less and less because I've got things to talk about. And I don't support trans. I don't. You know why I bought this? I bought a bunch of these different colors. It actually is a woman's, I think it's not a camisole, but it's a woman's top. They were $1.88. You know what they got for men's shirts now? Walmart, whatever. They're polyester. Anybody know what happens to polyester when you sweat? Anybody want to venture? Man, that is a horrible smell. I do not wear polyester anyway. I hate it. And what have men's shirts got? Okay, you got some tees out there, but even those are getting harder to find with real cotton. And you got those ugly curly Q, Hurley H. I hate being branded. So sometimes I say, I know that's a woman's top, but it's black and I could wear well. And it's not so much about being effeminate as it's comfortable. I'm not sweating to death. But our society, they really keep us from doing what we want. They want to clip our wings. They want to put you in a nice, neat little box. Christians do it too. I've done it. I told you the story years ago, walking into the store in Colorado with my little boy and their man standing right at the front entrance. Shaved head, like mine, covered in tattoos, all down the arms, sleeves, chest. And he had a kid about my son's age. And you know what my mind said? Wow, that's a dad. Just like you do. You come in here. This guy's talking about the Bible. He's wearing a woman's top. Stay with me, people. And I judged him mentally. And as I walked in, he goes, hey, man. I said, hey. Then we started talking. He goes, yeah, I just got full custodial rights. My ex-wife was crazy and the judge awarded me custody. And, I just want to be a good dad. When he said that, you know what hit me? My stupid little assessment. Wow, Mike, he wants to be the same thing you do. He wants to be a good father. Some of those people covered in tattoos may be nicer than those people dressed in their Sunday best, huh? And we all know that that's true. How many churches y'all been to with that righteous family? Their kids are all perfect. They wear the right. They don't say hi. They don't greet you. Come on. And I just look at this. I look at the people that encourage me the most. I don't even know what most of you look like. And I guarantee you that most of you are not GQ men or Playboy centerfold women. And that's the problem. We judge things, and some of the nicest people aren't the greatest looking. Some of the nicest people might be covered in tats. Sometimes we try to fill the hole. And I've said it. I don't care if guys look at me. Well, look away, man. I don't care. But I don't want to attract a bunch of gay men. And I get that. But by the same token, let's go further with this. Women will wear this. For them, it's a tube top. It's not the cut off bottom of a t-shirt with a knot in the back. Guys will have no problem with any hot chick wearing this. But watch when things change. The woman's 300 pounds and she's got this on. The guys are like, she shouldn't even wear that. Oh, now you're the judge of when the woman can wear something. And those same men will slobber. If I was a woman, if I didn't have this masculine voice and I was a woman, the guys would be going stupid over this top. Oh, you're hot. But when I'm wearing it, you're a fag. You guys see me doing any shorts holding hands with men? You see any rainbow flags in the background? Pretty heavy accusation there. What if the society, because I don't fit in, I've been called weird, strange, Coke bottles, four eyes, freak. I finally decided to start living up to the accusations. I thought, well, people look at me and they laugh anyway. So let's give them a reason to judge me more. So I deliberately go into Home Depot and stuff and get my lumber and get the stuff. And I like to see, and I don't stare at people. I just go on. I notice my peripheral's good. It's funny, a lot of women will smile at me. A lot of attractive women will smile at me and say, wow, I like your hair. I like your chain. I like your outfit. Oh, wow. Now that I'm a little bit freakish, now the women are complimenting me. What is going on with that? Social experiment is fascinating. I don't encourage everybody to do it because you better have thick skin. But I will say this, even if people don't approve, nobody's walked up and said, why are you wearing that? They do it in here. People feel comfortable doing it from their keyboard. God doesn't expect us to work to maintain. Absolutely. A genetically bigger woman isn't at fault for being able to pick. Mississippi, the mullet is necessary. I don't know if I have thick skin. I wish I could brag about it. It's just that I've been through this enough. You learn coping skills. And I've said it. What if I want to be sexy as a man? Not to entrap or attract other men. What if I'm happy with the body God gave me? I'm not going to church. I'm not going to a formal. I'm not walking into a 5-star restaurant. For crying out loud, I'm going into Home Depot. Have you seen who walks into Home Depot? Have you been into Walmart? You got a woman that's 300 pounds and wearing butt floss, and you can see all her butt cheeks, and you can even see the moon craters on them. And I'm waiting for Sputnik to show up. Oh, that's where it landed. Why do we do this? So in the last weeks, I burned all this female wear. And you know how many Christian women said, Mike, what bothers me is I'm afraid you're doing it to convert to the peer, to submit to the peer pressure. Mike, we liked it. It was funny. Did anybody call Medea a faggot? Tyler Perry's a grown black man who could kick all of our butts, okay? Nobody said that about him, and he's making a living dressing like a woman, but then I come on here, and everybody's like piranhas about it. People, get a reality check. Stop and look at what you're doing. I know you all know who Medea is. Did you have a problem with that? I never looked at Medea and said, wow, she's hot. I did not for years know that was a dude. Did not. Fed up citizen, what is this? My father murdered his stepmother on a staircase in his. What is this? That Sam, boom, boom. Let's key in on that. Have you looked at some of the men that these high maintenance women end up marrying? Can I say something? I'm better looking naked than they are. I'm better looking with clothes than they are. I look at some of these men and it's like they chose them because of the money that they make. Those same women will make rude comments to me. Their guy looks like the true definition of a geek. Got all this steel wool hair all over his chest and talks like this. And they chose that for a husband. Most of these high maintenance women wouldn't get involved with me because I'd tell them, you're being a bitch, knock it off. They don't like a man who's going to tell them the truth. Okay? And I've lived long enough. You get a woman that's got a little more meat on her bones, probably going to be a better wife for me. I'm not talking obese. But these toothpick girls that are the kind that I've always been attracted to, they're a pain in the butt. I'm just going to say it. They're a pain in the butt. I have had this discussion with other women. I've had it with men. I notice it overseas in Asia. I notice it here. Slender, petite women are high maintenance. They're fussy. They're petty. They're picky. They're very difficult to get along with. I've watched it. Not just I've seen it. I see it in couples in the church. You just see it. And I haven't dated in 7 years. Sometimes I don't even want a girlfriend. Sometimes, even as a Christian man who boldly defends the word of God, I'm so down. Even while I'm going through this time, I wish I had this young lady that just wanted to romp good in the bed for about 8 hours straight, just to relieve stress. Seven-year itch. Rain, and I'm seeing that. They'll cook you food. When you're down, they'll come up and just rub your back. They're affectionate. I get it. My problem is I'm too sight-oriented. But the sight-oriented that I have, they're the kind of women you don't want to involve with because they're a pain in the butt. I don't know why that is. But take an illustration from the dog world, and I learned this walking dogs in Hong Kong for hire. Man, that was the Uber of Hong Kong. You offer to walk dogs. I had beautiful women hiring me on spot. Somebody posted something in Asia Expat. I got a call one day, actually a text message. Hi, Michael. I was given your number. I posted something looking for a dog walker in Asia Expat. And a lady, an Australian woman, told me that you're really good and to call you. These Filipinas, the domestic helper, they like to stop and talk to all their friends, and the dog's not getting exercise. I call her and I say, where are you at? I'm actually off. You can meet me up here. You go up, she'd tell me how to get. You want to talk about how different things are? First time meeting a woman. She got way more money than me because she's living in Hong Kong. $6,500 a month back then for a 3-bedroom flat, US dollar. She gave me the key code to her unit. And then the door talks to you. Hello. Wow, it talks to me in Chinese. Here's the dog. This is Kova. And make sure and use those wipes and wipe her paws off before you bring her in here. There's your food and water dish, and you can help yourself to beer or anything in the fridge. I never did. And I'll just lay the money out a week in advance. Wow, you're paying me before I do the job. You know why? Hong Kong is different. They figure if you're coming all the way over there, they know you're not a thug and a punk and you have quality and you're not going to be doing dumb stuff. But the trust touched me. And I honored that. I had fun walking the dogs. And I'd see all these pretty, dainty Chinese women who always come up. They would just literally walk up to me and photo. And I thought they want me to take the picture. Oh, no, they want to put their arm around me, kiss me on the cheek, and get the dog and me and them in the picture. That's a big thing for them. They want to be seen kissing the cheek of an American and a dog. My picture is all over Asia. And it's in Norway, too. I had a woman in Spokane walk up to me. Wow, you have beautiful red hair. I want to take a picture of you and show my family this in Norway. Can I? Wow. But the ladies that had the dogs told me, purebreds are terrible. They're fussy. They're finicky. They don't make good companions. Black Lab, Golden Retriever are the best all-around family dog. They're easygoing dogs. Chihuahuas are not easygoing. All them little Shih Tzus and Pitzus and they're fussy. They bark and yap all the time. I think Filipino women are gorgeous. They are a major temptation to me. I was in the Philippines, and let me tell you something. I was just thinking yesterday, Hong Kong was the devil's playground. You can have all the sex you want. And as a Christian, that's not good. And it bothers me. You come back here, trying to get a date is like trying to get a job. You got to fill out app after app after app just to get a cup of coffee. It's stupid. You go over to Asia, you go sit in a karaoke, and I met women that like me, they don't drink. The first time I dance with them and meet them that evening, they say, "This is my day off every week. Can you meet me next Thursday?" Yeah. I said, "Let's go on a boat ride. Let's go to Lama. Let's go walking. Let's hang out. Let's go to dinner." You cannot do that here. You cannot do that. It takes forever and a day before a woman feels comfortable enough to do something with you. And it's just exhausting. And that's why many of us men, can I be honest? That's why many of us men just gave up. And when we need to relieve ourselves, you look at a pornographic image and go on about your day. And yet we have the guilt because God says there shouldn't be sexual immorality in us, and it's there. And you got a society where nobody's taking responsibility for their part of the damage. Nobody. And then you get fired, and then you go through this, and it's like, God, life is really difficult. And I know there's bad men. I've known enough women that have been through hell with a guy. And Dana, thank you. I'm not encouraging people to go look at porn. But I'm going to say something, Christian or not, listen very carefully. When we don't get, and that goes for women, when we don't get our needs met the way they're supposed to be met, we, whether we realize it or not, will look for a surrogate. Women get down and depressed, they tend to go to the food or to the mall. Men get depressed, they often go to alcoholism, drug usage, or porn. And we scream and yell, "Oh, you're looking at porn!" Yeah, I am. Because it feels good. Because it meets a need, right or wrong. And then you go to church. Most people, church ignore you. You listen to the pastor, you feel the conviction, God, how do I get close to you? The Christian life is not easy. But it's made harder by today's generation of so many people that don't care. That's good, fake. That's good. Good morning, Greece. How are you? Hackrat, you're right. What is 2 batteries? Prison in our own head. I do not try to do things on my channel to offend Christians or anybody. I take my calling in God seriously, but I'm broken. I struggle too. And sometimes I don't want to be like everybody else. I don't feel that I need to. Society squeezes us into its mold, and Christians and churches do it too. I have to submit to the word, and I can't even do that with perfection. So I say, be who you are, do what you do, providing it's not imminent grave danger to yourself, and let God move and do his thing. Sometimes we don't do that. We listen to what others say, And we unfortunately let them have more power over us than God does. Am I right, people? And you're going to see dark. I'm moving from room. Wow. All that time I'm sitting in the dark and the sun came up. This is so opposite of what I'm used to. Be at work at 4:30 in the morning and another day and no dollar. I don't like it. But it gives me time to talk to you guys. Hello, Teresa. Are you going to bed? No, wait, your day started. Speaking of truth hurts. There's a consequence for it. Your coping is staying busy. And women, right now you have neither. Gravity, thank you. You know what I like? I see a lot of women on here with understanding, and that's huge. Chad, that's awesome. I held this up. This is one of those things that they send you. We will buy your house for that much. Man, if somebody sent me a check anonymously for that amount, 112,000, I would fall on my knees and say, wow, you just gave me enough to last me several years here. What do you want me to do, God? I don't have to worry about employment right now. What do you want me to do? Where do you want me to go? What do you want me to do? Teresa, that's a fake check. That's not real. Well, good for you. And it's hard. You know, a lot of what we do in the U.S., we don't have the support. We're all living our own life. And if you notice, a lot of social media, a lot of the way society is pulling us distant. But Dave called me on Discord and he said, your channel is pulling people together. Look, I was talking about that guy yesterday, and he's sitting in a shower with the water running, and I don't know what he's saying. Sounds like he's saying, dump, dump, truck, dump, dump, truck, over and over, and I'm like, oh my gosh. But you got all kinds of channels. All kinds. But this one is truly unique. It is. It's unique. This is more community. Let's be honest, you got a woman that's dressed like this. You got a pretty petite woman that's dressed like this. She's going to have way more views than I do. And we know why. It's not because she's got content. It's because it's eye candy. I've looked. Oh my gosh, Facebook Reels is even worse. No bras. From all around the world. Grown pretty women. And they're sitting there in the shower and they got a little top like this on that's white. The water hits it. Now you can see everything. And they're sitting there soaping and then the thing slips and shows a nipple and you're like, Facebook isn't banning this. Okay, that's cute. But they don't have content. That's not a disciplined channel. That's not a channel that takes any effort. It's 100% in the flesh, catering to the flesh. And every guy out there that's alone and by themselves is going to be going, wow, those are nice. Yeah, and that's the stupid part. You can't have her. So all it is fantasy. That's it. And social media has really done a disservice. Now women more than ever. And I like what Mr. Griffin says. He's that guy that has a channel. He's about my age. And he walks the dogs in the Virginia woods talking about women. And he said when men used to work and women stayed home, women wanted men more. And he uses an illustration. He said, if you got two successful companies that are making profits, why would they consider a merger? He said, now you got women that work, they got their own car, their own house. Why would they want to be married to a man? And I was like, wow, that really hit me. So women were more likely to get married and be more accepting of us men back in the day when men had to work. Interesting. Very, very interesting. And so many women don't need us. And if they do need us, it's dangerous because some women see a man just simply as a life preserver or a lifeboat. And we men get taken in and we don't realize she's not in love with you. She wants you to fix her debt and all her problems. Would you give your younger self H job? What is H job? No, I don't, that's not all I have to say. But guess what? You got 24 hours on the bench, buddy. Because you keep coming in here and you want to sling comments and you keep listening and you keep judging. And that's not all I got to say. Have you listened to all the streams that I put out there? You didn't. But NZ can learn something. So we'll pull this down. Now it's no longer a woman's top. Now it's my man's chest. What do you got to say about that? I bet you got more chest and more muscles than you, NZ. I mean, it's stupid. Stupid. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Very simple concept. Get it, Shawty. Get it. I tell you, trolls are just dumb. Luber, why would you ask me that? No, I would not give my younger self a hand job. Bye. Hello, Tammy. How are you? Look, even Tammy doesn't agree with every single thing I say, but she's respectful and she likes to hear. And these trolls, they just suck. Yeah, Mark, that's my point. I'm not Paul Fauci. I'm not Adolf Hitler. People, they get so stupid over nothing. Nothing burgers. How is the top hurting somebody? I'm not doing sex slave trafficking or drug trafficking or human trafficking or Ponzi schemes. So, let's keep on that theme. We're Christians. And as a Christian, you have to deal with the devil in your own flesh coming at you on a regular basis, no matter what. And we men have needs. Women have needs. Yeah. Okay, I put on the high heels and I'm carrying a purse and I'm doing my nails. Then it's time for you guys to start going, okay, Mike, you're taking this a little bit too far. And I did. I got rid of all the girly stuff because I just felt like I need to do that. So let me ask a question to people. When I wear a t-shirt and jeans and women ignore me. Women aren't interested in me. And you go out there in society and you're just not valued. You go to your job and you're not valued. You go to church after church and you're not valued. Okay, there are some of you guys that are different than me. You can just compartmentalize your life and go, I don't care whether they value me or not. I'm different. I'm what would be called more of a sensitive male. And because of that, though, there's a gift that comes with that. I can see things that a lot of people can't see. But there's a deficit. Sensitive. Not always good. I process things different than most men. Most men are just like macho, no feeling. I'm not most men. And when I say I have a feminine side, I want to be careful that I don't associate that with effeminate. I was raised by a domineering mother, raised with most of the women having more influence on me and my family than men. My dad, my uncle, they were football fanatics. I'm not into football, so I couldn't get into that. My dad tried to get me into that, and I couldn't. My dad was an ineffective father and looking at his son and saying, Michael's not into this stuff. He loves the outdoors. He loves trucks. He likes snow plows. And a good father would say, let's get him geared in that. But problem, sometimes parents want to live vicariously their dreams through the children. I know the women will back me up on this. And Dana, I need to read that. Dana, yes. The devil is the accuser. You know, people like to laugh in the world about the devil. That ain't no joke. The devil ain't gonna grieve when you kill yourself. The devil gets off on it. The devil is truly evil. I know that lots of things that I do are not thus saith the Lord. As a man, people could make an argument over and over and over and over that I shouldn't dress like this. But when I dress the way I think I should dress as a man, and you're not valued, you're ignored, and pretty women ignore me, and then I go, you know what? People judge me and ignore me and hate me no matter what. So let's go out and go to the store today wearing this. What if a man came up and said, my gosh, you're beautiful, can I take you to lunch? Well, I'm not into that, but yeah, let's go to lunch. What if I had an opportunity to witness to him? Did we ever think about it that way? And I got a free lunch. Are we, not saying I would go to lunch, I'm just saying, when we are shunned, when we are ignored, when we're devalued and this stuff piles, you know what my problem is? Man, I'm getting on the YouTube saying this, guys. I want affirmation. I want acceptance. And you know what? Physically, I want stimulation. Because this world is nasty. So do I have a sensual side? Yeah. Absolutely. And guess where I get to go with that? Nowhere. You can't do this, can't do that, can't do this, can't do this, can't fornicate, can't adulterate, can't. You got church that teach you can't masturbate. I'm like, okay, that one we're not going down that road. There's no way that you can be a man and be single and never give in to your little other head down there. Cannot. Dana, you are safe here. And we just want moments. And can I be honest, as a Christian, sometimes I desire something in the flesh that I'm not even going to talk about. You would not believe the crap that was going through my head yesterday. I was so despairing. I'm like, man, I just want to go get some. I just need to just... I am so tired of the church treating sexuality like it's not a need. Oh, yes, it is. And I know the Bible says if you're not married, you're not supposed to be out there doing it. But then you go get yourself into a marriage, then you got all kinds of big problems. Now you're stuck with somebody. Now you can't stand each other. And the divorce is going to be nasty. Folks, can we be honest? Solomon wrote, what, 3 books? Ecclesiastes, Song of Solomon, Proverbs. I mean, that guy had more wisdom than I do. But look at the count in his life. 700 wives and 300 concubines. You think he didn't have a sex drive? 700 wives, divide that by 365 days. How many women, how much time would go by out of 1,000 women at his disposal before he got back to the first one? He could have a different woman every night for a couple of years. Non-stop. Solomon wrote, meaningless says the teacher, vanities. I'm a grown man, and man, I tell you what, there are things that go through me. I'm not gay, but man, I'll tell you what, there are times I get so blue that if a nice man that smelled good wanted to give me a rub and feel me, I'd probably say, oh, I'd do it. And it doesn't mean I'm gay. We do not in our society, I said it, we do not in our society, in our church society, we can quote that book until we're blue in the face. And we act like it's just so easy to do that. Okay? We're in a war in our culture. We're at a war in ourselves. And sometimes no matter how many oh my gosh, Revival, that's so funny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody at the club gonna come alive. We got Angela, Rita, and Erica too. A little bit of Angela in my life. A little bit of Rita is all I need. A little bit of Tina. Oh my gosh. Mambo number 5. This is another thing that I have a problem with. This stuff. You ever tried to rip this stuff? Get the top open? And you know, most injuries happen in the United States during the holidays with the plastic that's shaped like this over something you buy in the store for anti-theft. So you gotta watch this because you're gonna put this knife in. This knife can slip and slice you wide open. And we did it without killing myself. Stupid honey bear becomes satanic bear and you're in the hospital. Wow, and after all that, you still got to unscrew it and pull this stupid thing off. Let's see if it pulls off. They got that little doohickey, right? Let's see if it does it. Oh, it did it. I love that clover honey. That stuff is the best. If I ever find a woman, I'm going to do that. Dribble some honey right on those nipples and I'm going to lick it clean off her. She'll get pleased, I get pleased, and it tastes good all in one. 2 for 1, baby. Right now, nothing. I got fired because I spoke the truth, and it wasn't even at work. It was on a event far removed from my job. I apparently violated their social media protocol, which I'm going to say this. None of us. I don't know anybody that gets a job and reads the employee manual. We look at those things that pertain to us. Well, what's the dress code? What's the, taking your personal day protocol? You look at that. I don't know anybody that goes home and says, wow, I can't wait to read the employee handbook. PJ, I've talked about it so much, I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's all in the other videos. Yeah, have you ever seen Herb Alpert? Whipped cream. He actually had a woman naked, whipped cream on her tots. That was a hot album cover. Even old Herb Alpert with his good Tijuana brass had definitely some sexual desires coursing through his veins. In fact, Mozart, some of the classical musical composers were definitely womanizers. Some of the most creative people had the highest sex drive. You notice that about gay men? A lot of gay men are extremely talented. Very strange. What I don't like is our society ramming this down kids' throats, our throats. Even as a Christian, it's okay to admit that you may have desires that somebody else may think, what is wrong with you? Everybody has a dark side. Everybody has something that doesn't please God. Some men get turned on only by another woman. Some men get turned on by a woman, but once in a while, they might feel an arousal at the thought of another dude. You got women that love their husbands, but they would also like to have a fling with a girl. I don't know why that is. The Bible in Romans talks about when people give up, when they deny God, that God gives them up to do what ought not to be done. We have to be careful that when we see gays or lesbians, God gave them, we don't know we got Christians in the church that struggle with same-sex desires. We have to be very careful. Why is that? Years ago, I said something on YouTube, these growth hormones, these antibiotics that they put in the beef and the chicken and stuff, is that altering something? It could be. Is there preservatives we're putting in food? They said that too much soybeans in a man's diet is like too much estrogen. Is there things I eat that are affecting my hormones? I believe it's a very real possibility. We don't talk about that. We need to. Is it because of exposure? Is it because of the abuse I went through as a kid by my mother? Is it by being in Georgia, being alone, giving 100% of your job? Gentlemen and ladies, all those things play a part in this picture show. So going up and just throwing a piece of scripture at somebody is not going to help. She realized that being a man was severely overrated. That's interesting. Mark, all of you guys, thank you for not running out of here and freaking out. I'm not gay. There are times when I feel a desire, and it has to do with depression, struggle. Y'all heard the saying, bust a nut? Sometimes you just want to do that, even if it's a little bit off. Our sexuality is very much tied in with us, and we can't deny that. Satan does like to put things in our head, but wait a minute, gravity. Sometimes we like to entertain thoughts, us men in this head and that one. I'm just going to be honest. Sometimes I like certain sin. Like Paul, I agree with God that it's wrong. At times, I get down so bad that I no longer care. Thank God for his grace. Yes, Mark. There are people that have a belief that when you get saved, that you just got to stop doing all this stuff and all that. And yeah, we do. But it doesn't just happen like that. Spiritual discipline is a tough one. What is interesting is where I live. When I was in Denver, when I was in Hong Kong, you could fulfill the lust of the flesh. Hong Kong, Hong Kong is the mecca of the flesh for a man. All the pretty petite women that ignore me in America, they're not ignoring me over there. It's really weird because a Filipino, when she's 25 years old and does not have a boyfriend or a husband, it's over for her in Southeast Asia. A 25-year-old woman here, shoot, she's still a teenager to most of us. It's different. Women value me. One, I'm going to say something profound, ladies, bear with me. They like us American men because we're a little more well endowed down below than the Asian boys are. They really like that. And I've been told by Filipino lovers that we're better lovers than the Asian boys are. And in Japan, ladies and men, you might want to look on YouTube with this one. Guys have lost interest in women. And if you think they're all gay, look at that. And the bus is right in front of my house. Look at that. The wheels on the bus, and she never stops in front of my house. What the hell is that all about? That is not a bus stop. Who is that? I can't see the number. That's not 322. That's a bluebird. Yes, and that's what I want to talk about. What I might need to do is go to one of these dang agencies, fill out one app. With that agency, talk to somebody and say, look, here's where I'm at. And let them figure out where I need to be. That might be the best thing. I still have to remember I have a CDL. And it's current. I don't drive no bus, but somebody told me to get on the city bus. They're always needing people. No. When we are, look at Solomon. Solomon had his father David. David had to learn a few things the hard way. He found out that little one-night stand with Bathsheba really made a problem in his kingdom. His own son, Absalom, turned against him because of all that. Absalom raped his half-sister, Tamar. He was so into her. And right after he had sex with her, he despised her with the same intensity that he loved her. You ever been there, guys? You were all into that woman until you did it. And it's weird. It's almost like eating the fruit. You eat the fruit and your eyes are open. You have sex with that woman and then, what am I doing? And some women have had that too. You were all in heat for each other and you did it. And then after the orgasm, you sat there going, what did I just do? I don't want to be with him. I don't want to be with her. That's weird. I didn't feel that towards all women that I played with. So you go to Asia, all these women want you, you get your fill, then you leave to come back and face reality. You go into the San Francisco earthquake, San Francisco airport, you see all these women and they're ignoring you. They're not smiling, they're not saying hi. And I got time before my flight to Spokane, I go into this Japanese restaurant in the airport there. There's a guy with crew outfit on for United or something. Hey, you mind if I sit here? No, not at all. We start talking. Oh, you lived in Hong Kong? Yep, I used to go to the Philippines and sit there and talk about stuff. And you come back into your world. It is very hard to get a date. You got to get on a dating app. My friend in Cleveland, I said, dude, I'm not getting on a dating app. I am done with that, paying for this. So tired of those. If you want to see the message somebody left for you, you got to pay $50. And the guy's going, yeah. You pay the $50. Hi. Really? You paid $50 to get high? I just realized what I said. It's stupid. And you don't meet anybody on there. Post-nut clarity. I haven't used that phrase, but that is accurate. Mark, why is that? Why is it? And that's why I liken being in lust, being in heat, is like being drunk or high. You should not operate a motor vehicle under those conditions. You should not even operate a relationship. You're drunk. I'm amazed at the power of lust in my own life, how it blinds us so much. We get so wrapped up in that feel. And after we've done it, then you're feeling like I could have had a V8. It gets weird after the act. Yeah. I'm going to be very honest. There's been a few times in my life where I wasn't really into her that way. But then she shows up in a slinky outfit. Coworker I worked with in Denver. She called me after the school got out. Mike, can you pick me up? I'm dropping off my car at this place to be worked on. She was a Native American Hispanic mix. She had long, beautiful jet black hair. Man, she was wearing To Kill, like the black, almost like motorcycle type stuff, but a lot of stuff was showing. And she had the perfume on, and Mike, what are you doing today? I said, nothing. What are you doing today? Same. She want to hang out? That's exactly what she wanted to do. And we did. We drove up in the mountains. We went to Golden Gate State Park, paid the fee, drove up in there, found a parking lot, parked, and she and I went walking on a trail. And we went through the woods and come through this clearing, kind of a meadow, and there's a group of aspens, and we got off the trail. And we were talking about things. And we went off trail mass because it was a beautiful Colorado day. It wasn't cold and it wasn't burning hot. It was nice. And the nice thing about the mountains of Colorado, when you're in the grass, you don't have all the bugs you got in Georgia. Nice little breeze teasing on my skin. And she's looking at me saying, "You feeling it?" I said, "Yeah." And I probably laid her down like a lady and did her proper right under the aspen grove. First time I ever had sex in the mountains. It was fun. But I had that deja vu. Can I say something? We went out to lunch, took her home. And her daughter's a young adult, and her daughter comes to me, "Hey Mom, hey Mike," and she's drop dead gorgeous. And I told guys, never ever date a woman whose daughter is stunning. That just messes with your whole everything. And she was a nice gal, but I never felt that way with her. Our stumbling blocks become our stepping stones. Child, I wish I could see that. You know what? She was a nice girl. A Native American Hispanic mix. They don't generally come my way. She quit her job at Denver schools that year, and she came up to me, she goes, "Mike, I'm leaving." I said, "You're not coming back?" The last day, and I said, "I like you. I liked her as a person." She goes, "I like you too, that's why I want to give you my number." And there's that ugly part of my own flesh that I don't like. Ramona probably would have made a damn good wife. But my own vanity, my own idiosyncrasies wasn't going to allow that to be. There's a few gals I dated. There's a gal I met on damn Craigslist up in Spokane, and she lived over in Coeur d'Alene. And Coeur d'Alene was literally minutes from where I lived. And we went over there, went out to dinner one night, and we got some story to tell. I actually went to lunch. We met in separate vehicles. She had a Dodge Charger, same color as my 95 F-150. She goes, "Nice truck." I said, "Nice car." She was a little bit thicker, but man, was she cute. And we could not keep our hands off each other. We parked at a trailhead an afternoon one day. There was nobody there. A dirt road, it went way out, it was in Spokane. And we are naked in the truck. And I do not have tinted windows. We had the windows down. I had the topper on the back so you couldn't see out the back window. And I hear vehicles pulling up, and I look up, I'm like, oh sheesh. Two SUVs pull up on either side of us, and I throw my sweat jacket over my butt. She goes, "Mike, what is that?" I said, "Some people came out here to ride their bicycles." They're getting their bikes out of the back of their vehicles, and they're talking, and they're taking their sweet time, and I'm thinking, I'm whispered to her, I said, "Can you get your damn bikes and go?" We're laughing. They finally, what took like 15, 20 minutes, finally disappeared. We pulled our clothes off. I started up the truck and I looked at her and I gave her that stupid Chester Cheetah grin. I said, "That's so stupid." She goes, "I know, they ruined it." I said, "No, they didn't. We're going to go finish this somewhere else." So bad. I'm a child of God. Come on. We've done it, guys. We've done it. And I liked that woman in Coeur d'Alene. I actually was starting to grow very fond of her. She had long, sandy blonde hair. And she had me come over to her house. Coeur d'Alene's a beautiful place. And her daughter, who was a teen, was doing something at the church. Go stay at her friend's house for the night. And she and I lit up the evening having sexual follies in a room. And what neither one of us knew is that the daughter, her and her friend had a disagreement or something, and she came back home, let herself in the house, and went into her room. And of course, she could hear the two of us talking. And when I went to leave, I didn't know what had happened. And I went to leave, and apparently the gal, the lady I was with, she saw something in the hallway. I didn't notice it. She walks to the front door and she goes, "Hey, Mike, good night." And I noticed her voice changed. Everything changed, and I'm like, what just happened? I said, I'll call you tomorrow. Yeah, okay. She shut the door real quick. I got in my truck and I sat there for a minute and said, what just happened? Got home, went to bed after a shower, yes. And I got a message from her. Mike, I'm so sorry. When I walked through the door, I saw my daughter's book bag. She had snuck into the house, and I feel awful. And she came up to me this morning and said, wow, Mom, I didn't know you were a slut. Oh, gosh. I said, I'm so sorry. I said, you and I can work through this. No, Mike, I can't. She goes, you are the nicest man I've ever met. I love making love with you, and I'm so sorry, but my daughter is so broke up right now about this. I believe she could have worked through it. She could have said, daughter, I'm sorry. And I could have said, hey. But she didn't feel she could do that. Shauna, she was a nice girl up there in Idaho. She would have made a good wife, at least I thought so. But man, there's been a few heartbreak hotels, man. Michael's humidity is one of the best things. Humidity? I think you meant honesty, right, Gravity? No, and we do that. I wish I could say I just had a few women in my past. There's a lot in my past. Maybe I should do that. Just start jotting down in a notebook all the names of all the women I got intimate with. Probably shock the stuff out of me. Humility. Got you. Thank you. Revival Scanner, Tammy. I'm glad I can be honest. Then there was May, the black woman in Denver. She was 29. And I was in let me figure this out. How old was I when I did it? I would say I'm 59. I've been out here 6 years, so 53. I would have been 51, 52 when I dated her. She took an interest in me. We met at Denver School. She worked at the other terminal. But spring break, when all the schools closed, they still had tuition out schools in session. So anybody that volunteered for that extra work, and she did from her terminal, and they had all the extra work out of my terminal, man, we started talking, and I had the hots for her right away. So cute. I took her to lunch one day, and I said, I like you, Mamisha. She goes, I like you too, Mike. And we started seeing each other and stuff. But the thing that ruined that is she didn't want anybody at the other terminal knowing that she was dating a white guy. I said, really? Mike, they'll give me hell for dating a white guy. I said, do you remember when we went on our first date, you told me you couldn't stand the black guys? They were a-holes, that all they wanted to do was get down your pants and you didn't want nothing to do with it? And she goes, yeah. I said, why should you care? She couldn't work through that. So I didn't force. We just stopped seeing each other. And then I ran into her mother, her mother was awesome. Mother said, yeah, she got involved with an older black man, got knocked up, pregnant, and now they're married. Do not go and run in and marry somebody just because you did the dirty deed, folks. That ain't going to save that either. Yeah. Mamisha was more worried about what the black men at her job thought. I said, Mamisha, if you talk to those black women at your terminal, a lot of them know me. They will tell you to your face, you got a good man in Michael, girl. Hold on to that. Because she couldn't work through that. But I have to look at it this way. God might have had me dodge a bullet. You never know. And you know what, guys and women, when we get older, guess what? Our chances for getting a date start to dwindle down to zero eventually. My uncle told me something profound. He's lost all his hair. He's bald. He's 80s now. And he would always say, Michael, he would say the funniest dang things. He said, I noticed I was getting old when I noticed the women were not looking at me anymore. And we would talk about things. And I said, you know, I never thought about that. And he goes, yeah. Last conversation I had, my uncle shocked me at his age. He said something I never thought I'd heard my uncle say. He said, you got to be careful with these phones now. You can look at anything. And he said, porn. And he admitted, he said, I found myself looking at it. 80-something years old. He's still got libido. You know, and it's sad. We guys, that's weird. Sometimes women, they get older and they're like done with sex. And here's Abraham, 90 years old or 100 years old. Come on, Sarah. I mean, ride him cowboy. That's okay, gravity. And you know what? All they are now, all those episodes, all those experiences, memories. They seem so long ago. I wonder how Shauna's doing. I wonder what May's doing. I wonder what Beth in Hong Kong's doing. And Myra, and Luna, and Renee, and Jenny, and Mary, and Edith. Edith was my favorite girl of all of them over there. She was as tall as me, very slender, very skinny, pretty flat-chested gal. She was from Bohol, the Chocolate Hills, those unusual, rounded formations in the Philippines. It's very unique geographically there. And I really liked Edith. She was not only so simple, she wasn't like Western women at all. I listened to her stories and I'll tell you what, and she was a goofball. She would be so funny. I met her because I was at karaoke with some of my friends. And I'm dancing with this pretty lady in a dress with hair down to her butt. She kept bumping into me and stuff. And I'm like, wow, she's pretty. And she looked at me and grinned. And I looked at her and put my arms over her shoulders. And we started dancing. And I'm like, oh, I like the way she feels. And I'd be doing a video with us in it, and she'd just reach up and pick her nose. I mean, she wasn't gross, she wasn't her dirty. She literally acted like she came out of a village on an island. And yet, we'd spend every day together. She lost her job. She tried to find work in Hong Kong. You got 30 days. She stayed in a place, and the other Filipinos went through her stuff, stole her clothes, and here I thought these Filipinos were so sweet, and the more time I spent over there, I thought these girls are just as nasty as Western women are. And I had to be over there long enough to find out that, guess what? That little image that some of us have that, oh, these women are so much, oh my gosh, no, they're not. We're all sinners. We're all broken. We all trash each other. We all hurt each other. And I loved Edith. We'd go over to Mongkok, and you could pay something like $10. They were weird. It was like you could rent this room. It had a bed, TV, shower, bathroom, all that. And we'd go over there and have fun. And she got all intimate on me, and we were making love, and she's staring at the TV watching cartoons. Kind of detached from it all. And then we clean up and we go, and we're riding the MTR, and all of a sudden this girl, she put her arms around me, and she's kissing, and her tongue's going in my ear, and she's kissing on my face, and I'm like, Edith, what has gotten into you? I mean, she was kissing and licking all over my face, but when we were making love, it was like nothing. I tell you what, I saw things over there that defied my ability to comprehend. Hey, Nellie. Nellie, it is. But Edith, I had a strong desire for. You go a Monster of the East and you can see Pacific and Lady Friend at IFC. I know a lot of women in America go, what the hell did he see in her? She was pretty. I don't know how else to say it. She's standing behind me dancing in her purple sweater and acting funny. And the reason I like that woman is because I got to know her. Her story started to sound like mine. She said the kids would tease her in the classroom and say, you look like the monkey. And she even does that. She even does that in that video. I had the screen on. She's looking down at my laptop, simple as can be. And then she goes, I'm the monkey. I said, you are not the monkey. And she told me, they called her that so much, she started to believe it. You know what that taught me? It doesn't matter where you go in the world. Every culture leaves scar tissue. That ain't right. That ain't right. And I would just, it was cold. It was Chinese New Year. It was damp and foggy and cold. None of the dang buildings in Hong Kong have heaters in them. You go and eat at Yoshinoya, it's freezing in there. You go into karaoke. Now that place get warm because you had so many women dancing in there to heat it up real good in that small space. And Edith and I would just sit in the corner of karaoke. She'd sit between my legs. I had my arms around her. She'd just lean her head against me, and I would just run my fingers through her hair. I loved her hair. And I lost touch with her, and out of all the women that I knew, I wish I hadn't. I would have gone over and seen her. I wonder what it's like now. I don't even know where she is. She left Hong Kong completely broke. Her employer did her wrong, and the board or whatever decides that said, you did wrong by doing what you did. You need to pay for her plane ticket to get home. Got her plane ticket, went to Manila, lived with her sister. We were messaging back and forth on the Facebook. She said, my sister's so mean and rude to me now. Her own family members turned against her. Poor Edith. Simple, simple, simple girl. She told me the story about a Filipino when her parents went to town to go to the marketplace. Neighbor Filipino come into the house and she's in her bed and he starts to get on top of her and she woke up and saw and freaked and she took her nails and clawed him in the face and drew blood and he got enraged. He backed up, she got off the bed, he chased her, she ran out the open window, jumped and hit two rusty iron bars sticking out of the ground and got both into her calves. And that's why she wore the dresses and the boots, to hide her scars. This girl was something else. She was simple as a get out, and she had been through some shit in a village. And then she talked about a guy, the base was not too far from Bohol, the U.S. base. She said one time a guy knocked at the door and, her father always taught her, always be nice to the military people. And he asked for a drink of water. She went to go get one. And he barged in and pushed up against her. And she reached to push him away and went to claw him and shove him back. And her hand closed on his dog tag, ripped it off his neck. He went running out of there so fast. When her dad got home, she told her dad what happened and handed it. Her dad walked all the way to the base, went to the gate and said, who owns this? Tried to rape my daughter. These stories that I'm telling you are real. And you know what angers me? Is I come here to Augusta, and this culture sucks. I have stories, I have dignity, I have worth, and I haven't felt it here at all. At all. Yeah, moving could be an option, but where do I go? I don't want to rent an apartment. I want my own place. The way I'm wired, I can't live. I don't do well with others. I don't want to be in an apartment with noise and dogs and bullshit. I want my own place. I don't care if it's out in the woods in a cracker box. I want my own cave. You have to be able to get away from stuff. Augusta sucks, Danny. I've tried to be positive. You can't even get a good lay in Augusta. Did you hear me? I can't even get a good lay in Augusta. This place is a joke. I'm thinking of going to Pendleton King Park. I might shoot some video in the park for y'all if it's open. That thing's been open and closed sporadically. They got a tank in there. It's a pretty cool place. In fact, I might just go there and where it is. What the hell? I'm in a park. Who gives a shit what people think? It's actually been nice weather. And go and clear my head. My home is safe. Danny, my home is safe. They don't bother me here. This is the only refuge I have, is this and my pastor. And that's why I want to try to make it here. I don't want to sell. I don't want to have to get out. I don't want to have to start again. Augusta's shitty, but I like my house. I worked hard on this damn thing. I wish I could import one of you that got their own income to rent a room in my house. Just having somebody here that's solid and not a fucking drama queen. I don't want no dude in my house. Sorry, no guys allowed. I don't want guy roommates. And I don't want a woman that I'm going to be fucking. Tina was in here. We didn't do any of that. I wish. And I'm trying to listen to God. My flesh is screaming at me so loud this week. Isn't that funny how that works, Mark? Platonic, yes. Danny, are you still here? If you are, we need to meet. And no, I'm not saying that with motive. We need to go to lunch. We'll do a video. Rats. I would love that. When Mob and Nene came in here from Ohio, we all know their story. He had to go get surgery at Duke University in North Carolina. He took his time. They took their time to come down and meet me. That was such a boost to me. People. Man, we need each other. I was looking on Marketplace yesterday. I saw a Bluebird bus. It wasn't the long, but it was a little bit shorter. Painted Forest Service green. I thought, hey, that's not bad. I could deal with that. At least it ain't school bus yellow. And they took all the seats out, started to build a mezzanine in the back to build a bed, and it needs 2 batteries, and they want, what, 8,000? Then I saw a bread box white school bus, beautiful blue seats in it, 6,500, probably a gas. The Bluebird's a diesel, and I thought, you know, if life weren't so dang complicated, I would buy that right now. I'd build into it a bed. In fact, I'd build a bed and with a side and throw my mattress in there. I'd take some of my furniture and I'd build little things into the floor to hold it in place. And the funny thing is, you can live and make it. You don't like a town? Put it in drive and go. But the problem is, where do you park? I don't want to park on the side of the road. I don't want to park behind a business. I thought, Michael, all these places you've looked at, you could buy a piece of damn property. You could probably have somebody put in a damn porta-john on your property and dump it once a month for cheap. But I got to have water. That's an absolute. I got to have some electrical. Yes, Mark. See, and I can't do that. You have to do that before I go on. It doesn't allow you to do it now, which sucks. And I looked. Somebody has to be right here, right now, and they have to be in that. It's weird. It doesn't let you access through this. See, again, the internet's gotten complicated. I like Oklahoma Trucker. It was for show when you do that publicly, I think. I'm a what? I'm in shitty Illinois. Yep. Interstate 55. I know it well. And then was it 65? The one that goes right up diagonal up across Missouri or Illinois into Chicago. 1986. I remember going through nothing but cornfields in a 62 Chevy truck on the interstate, and every grasshopper and bug splattered on my windshield. I had no squirters in that truck. You didn't turn on the wipers. That was dumb. It was just I had to stop every 50 miles or 25 miles to borrow the squeegee to scrape all the bugs off. What a pain in the butt that was. A straight 6, 4-speed, no AC. And the closer I got to Chicago, you could feel this damp, wet air and then fog. And I'm like, what is that? Boy, that's Lake Michigan. And I went down Lakeshore Drive. I didn't know my way around. I just started driving. Wow, look at all the skyscrapers. I was greenhorn. I'd never done this, never driven that far. That was a trip. I got to figure out how to do it, Mark, for sure. And I'm not just saying this for a marketing point, but it changes the dynamic if there's somebody else here. People see a couple together talking about something, It pulls people in. I don't consider myself a content creator. That's what they're calling all of us now. I just say I'm a YouTube artist. And artist isn't even the right word. I'm just a YouTuber. But I realize I have the ability. My mind's smart enough. I'm learning by my own self. There's things that I know I could do that would boost up the channel without bringing all the bells, whistles, studio grade stuff. People want to hear people. Look, if a bunch of people can sit in that live yesterday with the guy going bump, 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 endlessly with the shower running, you go, what the hell is this? What is this guy doing? And he's got two little weights and bump, bump, bump. And I put dump, dump, truck. People were writing what they thought. Trump, Trump, Trump. Everybody's doing something. And it was funny. And I put a bunch of laughing cat faces. I'm like, what is this guy doing? Somebody said, I wonder if this is the spectrum of autism. I'm like, oh, is he special needs? Now that changes things. If he's special needs, he knows enough to get on here. He's usually going to sit there and go dump, dump, dump over and over. And look, there was a lot of people watching. At least on here, you got content. I was watching because it was just, I was laughing. I'm like, what is this guy doing? It wasn't mean. It wasn't hateful. Nobody was being, people were like, is this guy okay? Why is he doing this? What is the purpose of this? And then the comment that killed me out of that whole room was this one. I see a lot of stuff on YouTube, and this is probably the most intelligent video I've seen to date. What are you watching that you consider this intelligence? Yeah, Dave said that yesterday. Truck chat. Oh, trucker, and you should do a live from your truck. You can be totally hands-free. On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. Thank you, Scanner. And Dave said that yesterday. I know, Gravity, it makes me sick, and I can't get this monetized because I don't meet the requirements. It's so stupid. And my friend up in New Hampshire, he's got a Philippine wife. Now, that is a rarity. Dave and Venice, they have been solid. Venice started reading books. She's very, very smart. He'll send me a tin of Albany Farms cashews. Here's the irony. They're out of Albany, Georgia. He orders it online. The nuts, the cashews are the best I've ever had without all that salt. I'm sorry, one of the biggest flaws with the nut industry in the U.S. is they oversalt the hell out of Fisher, Planters, and you eat a handful of peanuts and your mouth is all with salt. And I read years ago that Fisher, or not read, somebody told me, Fisher nuts. Fisher were the best nuts, by the way, especially their shelled sunflower seeds, but they drown them in salt. And they said they do that so you buy beer, and Anheuser-Busch, I believe, owned Fisher nuts. And when you hear about the stuff that Nabisco and General Mills does to get you addicted, the way they design their food is designed for you to spend more money on their stuff versus whole food. Twerk? Nah, I don't do twerking. I think it'd be fun to get like the split screen and have four of us. And it would take discipline because I hate that. Y'all see that stuff? Y'all see those broadcasters in major media are doing it. What has happened? Like CNN. They'll have one conservative they're all ganging up on. But you get these liberal women, Rachel Maddow, and they're all talking over each other. I'm just like, really? We're going adults. This is major national TV, and they're all going blah, 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 blah. I'm out of here. I can't even hear what anybody. This is stupid. Man, you gotta have respect. Screaming, yep. Scanner, ask that question to Google. They take 40%, up to 40% if I monetize. And they want to stick ads. And you got an ad on any music video. I remember when I was on YouTube in 2011, I could do my favorites, line them all up, hit play, and walk away from it. Now I'm in the house working on something, and it ain't just that little 15-second commercial that you can click off. It's St. Jude's. I'm not being rude. I feel for people that got to go through this. My daughter was just 5 years old and had cancer. And because of St. Jude's, and an hour later, I'm still hearing her testimonial. I'm like, that is too much. That is not a commercial. Oh my gosh, on a 3-minute video. I come out here and go, bye. I hate that. It is. It is down to us to support each other. Our government ain't gonna do it. Can I be honest with you? Can I be brutally honest? I voted for Trump. Okay? I'm not gonna apologize for that. But he's doing some things that I don't agree with. Okay? Now, I got a notice in the mail the other day that shocked me. This has nothing to do with him. Well, it might have something. My Georgia Power sent me a statement saying you will see your bills start to go down this year. What? Really? Man, they spiked last year. And then I have 5 years. My AC bill for a 1,200 square foot home, almost 2,100 square foot, went up to $188 last year. I even asked Tina, so what was that high bill again? This year, I just paid, all right, I gotta call it in. I paid $150. I got my thermostat on 79. And we had a few weeks here in August and July where that thing, I get home and it's running 5 hours straight. Man, 79. My coworkers, I can't get them to understand this. Oh no, I got mine on 72. I said, does it ever get there? No, man, it ran all day. My bill, $500. I said, because you never shut the compressor off. That little squirrel cage in your house that blows it all through the vents, that thing's pennies on the dollar. It's that damn compressor to compress that gas, that liquid to make it refrigerant. That's what's killing you. And if that thing doesn't have cycle, if it doesn't shut off, it's just running and running and running and running. I had it on 79. It was heat index was up there. I had 2 big trees removed, which knocked the shade off of my house. But guess what? Even still, last summer, I dialed in lower to my coworkers. People think, Mike, 79, that's too hot. Actually, no, I bumped it up to 80. I'm wrong. I bumped it up to 80. I kid you not. 1 or 2 degrees going up the thermostat for AC knocks $50, $60, $70 off your bill in a month. And you know why? I live down here and I'm working outside all day, so it's hot, I'm sweating. The air conditioner also pulls the humidity out of the air. It acts as a dehumidifier. So when I come in here, 80 feels really good. And when you lay down in your bed, I learned this in the Philippines. You're out there roaming around in Manila all day and you come home, no AC in that house. But once you lay down and you calm down on top of the sheets, your body just goes, and then you actually get chilly. So you got to learn to make yourself adjust a little. Do you want to pay $5,000 to make your house a freezer, or do you want to just pay a lower bill and survive? 5% increase or decrease in the bill. Interesting. Content creator 2 makes something besides just speaking from the heart. Karen and I know that. There's a gal from church that she wanted to see what I'd done in here. She goes, I couldn't live in here. Women get hot flashes and stuff. They got a different thermostat than we do anyway. The problem in the South here, I lived in northern Minnesota. Minnesota, they're done with 2x4 houses. They're 2x6. And they did that because of more R value on the insulation. I had a house in Virginia, Minnesota that I did a remodel on. I wish I had pictures of that. That place was beautiful. I did steel, maroon siding. I did a kind of a slate green colored shingles. Anderson windows in the front with the double hungs, the top could come down. I like that. Because some people, we're used to the traditional window sliding up. Well, hot air's all up here, and it ain't going nowhere. So if you could open the top part of the window, slide the screen up in between, the crossbars, and it had the mutton style across the top. And then I had vinyls in the rest of the house. Had the oak floors refinished. That was a 3-bedroom house, small house, but with a full basement. That marriage sucked, so I ended up moving into the 1-bedroom in the basement. I was happy as a clam down there. Barking, yapping dogs in the neighborhood, border collies behind us. I said, oh, hell no. I went down to that basement, shut that door, and I took a pillow and shoved it up in the basement window. It was pitch black down there. I couldn't hear it. We'd get a thunderstorm, and I could barely hear thunder. And I didn't hear no dogs, and I was content. I had an old maple 60s bed, and I was happy. My own son came down and said, Dad, I like your room. I said, I do too, man. It's fun. And I'm one of these guys that even if I find a woman of my dreams, I don't believe in sleeping in the same bed all the time. I need space. Sometimes I'm clearing my throat, or I'm not feeling good, or I'm hot. I don't want somebody on top of me. And some people think, oh, that means a marriage is in trouble. No, it doesn't. Shoot, my grandma and grandpa, they lived in separate bedrooms for years. They never stepped out on each other, ever. Yes, an Amish house is a good one. So, in the South, you need insulation just as much as you need in 25 below, because that's keeping your heat in Minnesota, and it's keeping that hot air out in the South. And the locals don't understand that. When I bought this house, a lot of no insulation. And I even went a step further. I insulated this. There's no cold or hot air. But you can always tell crappy new homes. The bedrooms are sick. Studs, sheetrock. You pull this door shut. You're in that room and you can hear somebody pissing in the toilet, somebody having a discussion and everything like it's right in your room. No insulation, no barrier. I can go in this room, I can turn this music up loud, I can hear it in there, but it's greatly reduced. I think I am going to go to the park today. Maybe I'll walk deep into the woods and relieve myself, because it feels good to be back where Adam and Eve lived. Actually, you can't do that. They got gator sign warnings all around, so you got to be careful. I haven't been to that park in a while. I would go every spring break because they had beautiful flowers in there. I should bring you guys. They got a Revolutionary War gravestone in there. And a tank, a 1950s tank. Guys, thank you. I'm trying to use my head right now. And I thank everybody for listening. Now that's what I call I didn't make it. You all made it. You know, for a long time, when I did a lot of my videos back on my former channel, Pacific Ocean Asia, the views were low. Most people were not into the rants. Something's shifted since then. I've changed over the years. I've changed the way I've gotten better at this. And I believe I have a gift of articulating and I don't need a script because my life is the script. What I'm going through is the script. And having a channel, just putting yourself and your experiences out there is not normal MO for successful YouTube artists. If you want to be successful in America, the last thing you want to do is put your heart out there. That's suicide, okay? So I have a niche market because it's not out there. I mean, that guy that's sitting there going, dump, dump, dump. If only he could spice it up just enough, da 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 da, and do the police or something, he could have something. But even I watched. And why did I watch? Because it was funny. Because I'm like, what is he doing? But would I pay money for that? No. Am I going to subscribe to that? No. Dana, all of you, we all got our issues. I will never ever go as far as to say this is our church. Never. I am not and will not be a pastor. I'm not qualified. I've been married a couple times. I do have a temper. I don't always have a good reputation with everybody outside the church. Some people suck. And the requirements for somebody to be a pastor need to be adhered to. I don't want a man in there that's fooling around with a bunch of women. I don't want a man in there that's doing stuff with other men. I don't want a man in there, these dang preachers that are making millions of dollars. He must not be a lover of money. Must not be addicted to strong drink. Must have a good reputation with those outside. He must have his wife and his children in subjection to him, respect. I want a pastor who's better than me, because if I'm going to sit at the feet of somebody, I want somebody to tell me the truth who isn't doing all the dumb stuff I and all of us have done. A pastor is a very special calling, and it is only a calling by God. You can go to university, you can get your THD, but if you're not called by God, you have no business standing there holding that pulpit. And I was asked to teach at a church for 3 months when the pastor walked out. I was there. I couldn't believe it. Spokane. I started going to this church and the preacher was good. And I think I was there 3 or 4 times. And the guy at the end of his sermon said, "This is my last message today. I'm stepping down." I said, well, I won't be back. So I went back to the church that I'd gone to. Wasn't wild about it, but at least I knew the preaching was good. And I got a call by Daryl. Mike, I know you went to church here, and the reason I'm calling is I've been made a moderator until we can get somebody to pastor the church. Shocked me, it shocked all of us, as I'm sure it did you, that Pastor Russell just decided he was done. I said, I have never seen that in my life. He goes, nobody even knew. Didn't give a reason why. He might have been struggling with something. Pastors live a lonely life. we all go to them. Who do they got to go to? They can't. They can't just come to me and, Mike, I'm looking at porn. They can't do that. They got to go to God, and they got to find their support group outside of those four walls. So guess what? In the 2 hours that he talked to me on the phone, we were just talking about, Mike, you know an incredible amount of the Bible. And I said, well, thank you. And he goes, would you teach Sunday school? And I said, you want me to teach Sunday school? Okay. So I put together a message. Yeah, we teach Sunday school. First day I did it, there was old, there was teenagers, there was families. Not a lot of people. And I noticed something. They weren't fiddling around. They weren't looking around. They weren't yawning. All those eyes were looking at me. The teenage girls. And I'm like, what is going on here? Teenage girls, they're all in their little universe. And I did this for a couple Sundays. And apparently some of the women in the church went up to Daryl and said, why isn't that man in the pulpit? Daryl says, you want to do church? I said, church? Yeah, you want to do, I said, you mean stand up there? I said, oh my gosh, no. Mike, you're a good teacher. I said, but I'm not pastor material, Daryl. You're not the pastor, Mike. They're listening to you. You're telling them the truth. And we got to keep this church together. I said, on that, I'll do it. 3 months, they paid me, oh my gosh, I had my schoolless job. I think they paid me $150 for Sunday and then $100 for Wednesday. So I'm getting an extra $250 a week just to do that. And Monday morning, I'd get in my bus, do my morning runs, and then I had a midday at an elementary school, and I'd sit over there for an hour before the kids come out, and I'd sit there and write my notes. I'd say, God, I need something to talk about, and I'd get an idea. I'd write my little notes. Saturday, on my time, I go on the computer and find my scriptures and put my little footnotes, and I'd figure out what I'm doing. And I did not copy anybody's sermon at all. Did not do that. I just, like, where's that scripture located that says this? And I type in the scripture. Oh, there it is. So people were listening. And that little tiny Baptist church had the honor and the privilege of preaching for 3 months, Sunday night, Sunday morning, and Wednesday. Then we found a pastor out of Ferndale, Utah. He came and campaigned for the pastorate. Everybody, we all approved because he was doctrinally straight. He and his wife had pastored churches. Oh, did he have a story to tell about living in that little town, northern Utah, almost against the Colorado border, Ferndale, all Mormon. He said that those families made fun of them. They'd hurl insults when they came out of their house. When they were loading up the moving truck, the teenage Mormon kids would ride their bicycles, sneer, glare, make fun. I've been around Mormons, and all those little Hallmark commercials are complete BS. We had the Mormon church, the ward was right across the street from Prescott High School. And they were allowed to go over there for their educational, religious instruction. Those Mormon kids who went to Prescott High School had the foulest mouths, were the nastiest, meanest, hateful, obnoxious kids I'd ever seen in my life. Some of them were on the track team, and I'm just like, my friend Tom was a Mormon. I said, Tom, you're pushing more. I said, these guys go to your church, they're buttholes. He was so glad to get out of that town. Oftentimes I notice kids, what is not like? What is MKCK? Anyways, I don't hate Mormons. I do believe they believe in a false belief system, absolutely. But I would not live in Utah at all. There's some pretty places in Utah, but every time I went through Utah, I had a very unpleasant feeling. I just sensed something, felt something there. Mimic. But anyways, I did it for 3 months, but it was heavy. I'd get up there and I did not like being in the pulpit. I didn't like up on that stage in front of everybody. I did not like that. I love to publicly speak. And I told Daryl, I said, now that we got a pastor, he was supposed to take over Sunday, but the pastor wanted me to preach that Sunday. And I told Daryl, I said, I don't want to do this. There was some personal stuff swirling in my life. I said, I honored you. Can you take it this morning? He goes, Mike, I can do that. You kept this place together. I said, no, God did. I was honored to do this, but this is a heavy responsibility. You know, I can get up and talk on YouTube. I can talk about the Bible, the Titanic, Hong Kong, girls, all these different things. But when you are standing before a church declaring the word of God, that's a heavy thing. And I want people to know that when I had that opportunity, I took it very seriously. It's very, very, very daunting. I'm representing God. And I got to give a message to the people. And there was stuff with Hong Kong and that relationship. And I was like, I can't do this. I did 3 months and I couldn't do it anymore. Yes. Gravity, are you still there? So, I appreciate you guys. Man, the chat is like slowed down. I read the book, The God Makers by, who wrote that book? Was that Dave Hunt? I don't remember who wrote that book. Oh, there you are. You said don't like. What were you meaning? Did I offend you? I was not trying to offend anybody. I'm just talking about life in general. But I had the opportunity to preach in a church, and it's heavy. I remember when I was asked to speak on the Titanic in U.S. history in Mr. Villaborghi's class in Prescott, because I was into the Titanic. He said, you're really into that ship. Would you give a speech? And I said, sure. I was in 11th grade. And I should have noticed this. My head was after all this wrong stuff back then, but when I gave that speech, I love the Titanic, so it showed. After my speech, we're talking football players. We're talking Becky Beckett was one of the hottest girls in that class. And those kids, Mike, how big was that ship? They were asking questions. Mr. Villaborghi is sitting at his desk looking at me going, I almost felt like he's saying, you got a calling here. He came up after and he said, I've never had anybody in the history of being a high school teacher give a speech where everybody was asking questions after. Congratulations. He said, you are welcome to come to my class, talk about the Titanic anytime. He said, you had the whole class into that ship. And I didn't even think that when I was speaking. You know, you notice this when you go into a business. You ever met people you could tell they love their job? They're awesome to be around. A lot of people in America are in a calling that they're not comfortable with. They got a job because we have to pay the bills, and you can tell they just got a job. They're awful. They're awful at what they do. They're awful at customer service. And I tell you what, when I see a clerk who's genuine and nice, I say, you know what? You got people skills. Thank you for being so nice. I tell people, we talk a lot in this country about the bad, but do you compliment? Do you compliment? Do you see somebody out there? Do you stop and say, you know what? Thanks for being so awesome at your job. Please tell them. Because unfortunately, our human tendency, I can have a great day, but one idiot on the road can ruin the whole day because I let it, and I'll spend the whole day, oh, there was this driver out there. Mike, one moron in a car has just colored your entire freaking day. Get a grip. That's the way the human condition is. Yes, it invites discussion. Oh, got you, gravity. Sometimes God calls us and we do resist. Have you ever heard of the TED Talks? Somebody said I should get on there. I don't even know how to do it. This would never happen. But what if the channel took off? What if somebody said, Mike, there's people calling you to come into their city and speak before 80,000 people. You mean me? Not here, but on... Oh, no. I'm not getting on no stage and no Coliseum. What if? I wouldn't be dressed in this because they see sweat coming down off of me. I'd tell them, turn that air conditioner where it's 35 below and I'll dress like winter. I'll put a Daniel Boone hat on me and there we go. Scanner, that one. You cannot take the preaching of the Word of God in a pastoral setting with brevity. That's not like being a teacher on mathematics in a middle school, okay? Or biology in high school, or general ed in elementary school. You got more grace and leniency, but when you hold the Word of God, when you're representing Christ, ouch, there's an expectation of life. And even for us as Christians, I realize most Christians see this and go, Mike, what's this? It's me being Michael. You know, I picture Spanky and the gang. I'm kind of like one of the little rascals for God. Those kids were weird. Did you not see that? Buckwheat cracked me up. His eyes this big around all the time. And that dog with the spot around his eye looked like the damn Target dog. That's funny. Little Rascals is more my speed, and I'm still a little rascal for God. I could just see the little rascal Spanky going, why are you wearing that? None of your business. Trucker, that's awesome. I am not pastor material, but I have been given a gift of gab. I like to speak. I'm so sick of having to go to a job where you got to go through the grind and political correctness and this and that, and you're thrown in a box called a business with a bunch of idiots that you cannot get along with, and you're supposed to do a job and keep your mouth shut so you don't end up in the principal's office. That's why I like driving a bus for years. You're your own boss. Once you start that big 40-foot bus and leave the yard, you're on your own. Same with Trucker. He knows what I'm talking about. You start that Kenworth, that Pete, that freight shaker, it's you and the open highway. I don't want to drive a truck. I get tired. I don't want to be going 10 hours every day. I thought of doing drive outs. That might be fun, but the problem with that is that it has a difficulty. Say they want me to deliver a truck. You can deck them and do 3 at once, or you can do a single. They might call you to drive a Penske truck from Atlanta, Georgia, and drop it off in Denver. Then you get to Denver and you hope you got a connection over there for a truck to take somewhere else. And you could literally go all around the country. But if there's nothing to pick up, then you got to find a way to get your butt back home, and that's out of your bill. I do feel like it's hard to discuss sin unless you haven't been tempted by it. Yes, me after a few beers. Driving a bus down here will test every last nerve, and I did find myself losing it. I lost it, and I get tired of people saying you can't let these kids get to you. Hey, honey, this county down here, they will get to you. I don't care how much student managed techniques or years, this place is a planet. And it orbs around its own whatever. No amount of student management down here is going to impact these kids and make your ride better. None. Their home life is jacked. The schools coddle them. And they're making them the next product for the criminal justice system. And it's stupid. And I'll say it again. Where's Joe Clark? Where is it? You know, that movie was a good movie in that it showcased a bad school and a black principal stood up and said, I need to turn this around. Now we're just getting worse. Nobody wants to say it like it is. That's not right. No, it does not, child. I never thought that for a minute. I haven't seen you being self-righteous at all. We are children of God. We can say that. We can claim it. If you were to come in here spouting scripture and blasting all of us and saying we're all godless heathen rotting in hell, I'd say, okay, somebody's on a trip. And there are some people who do that. I noticed Abba Up never came back with a rebuttal or response to my video or my comment. Not that I expected it. If you work for the airlines, you can fly anywhere for free. We had a lady down here at transportation. She's in her 60s, a black woman. She's slender and she's got a set of guns on her arms. Solid muscle. She got on over here at Delta during the summer. Then they offered her to drive a special education bus. She was sick of them kids on the big buses. So she nixed the job at Delta. I said, why did you do that? The pay was a little bit lower, but she had benefits. And with Delta, if I wanted to go to Africa, now that gets funny because some of those free flights, it's on a waiting basis, it gets sticky. And when you want to go overseas, you don't want to be left hanging. But she'd be loading luggage. Not an easy job. She physically could have handled it. She's a lean, mean fight machine. She'd rather stay with the safety of driving a bus and sitting in the seat, but she didn't want to drive the big buses. I remember her kids, I had to cover her route one day, and she could not stand those middle school kids, and I had to cover a route on my bus. They got on my bus, these kids, and they said, "Are we allowed to talk on your bus?" I said, "Yeah, why would you ask me that?" "Because she told us we're not allowed to talk." And I knew her. Yeah, she was like that. We're talking down here with this behavior, and you're going to tell kids they can't talk on a bus? And as I drove the route, and none of the kids seemed to remember which way their route run, even though they had ridden it the whole school year in our middle school. And I got a route sheet that's jacked up. I said, "Hey kids, I need somebody's help up here, please, because this is not lining up. Who knows the route?" "Ooh, me. And they're all contradicting each other. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And as they're talking, the voices are getting louder and they're yelling and screaming. "All right, now I know why you're driving. I don't want you to talk. You guys are screaming and shrieking and it's not okay." Oh gosh. Yeah, gravity. Well, you got moms dressing like this and their daughters dressing like this. I think I heard it, somebody said years ago that whatever the parent is doing wrong, the kid will build a multiplier into him, seeing that bad example, and will square root that baby. It's true. If dad and mom are out of control, that kid's going to be even worse. All right, I need to get out of here. I got to get walking. I need to do a walk or something because it just needs to be. I want to thank everybody for coming to the stream today. Truly, the dedicated people are here. How many of you guys stay and stick around is awesome. I want to say something about that woman, Tina. She's been an outstanding roommate, and she checks on me daily. I call her. Her mother and her are praying for me, and they are good people. I know for a fact if the bottom fell out of my world, I would be allowed to live in a bedroom in their home. I'm not going down that route because I'm a grown man, but this woman, her leaving here was a knife in my gut. Thank you. We'll see if we can't bring you on board in a little while. But you guys have a good one, and we'll talk soon. And thanks for the support. Be safe.